Hi, good morning, and a pleasant good morning, pleasant good day to all our sports fans listening here. And we are greeting you live from the Spec Ground in UE St. Augustine. This is a very, very important encounter. Well, I say important because once a team steps onto the field of play, it is an important game. We are greeted with some beautiful weather, nice sunshine. The wicket looks good, the outfield looks good, and the players all seem to be getting ready for this all important, this game itself. It is a game that features the Windward Islands against the West Indies Academy. If you look at what's happened before, it is like that. So we go to the toss now, and we see who will be batting, who will be fielding, and what will happen.
Morning and welcome to the CG United Super50 Cup 2024, and here we are at the toss in this match between the West Indies Academy and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. We have the captain from Windward Islands, Mr. Sunil Ambris. We have the captain for the West Indies Academy, Mr. Teddy Bishop, and we have the match referee, Mr. Jonathan Please. Gentlemen.
Head.
Heads is the call.
And heads it is.
And heads it is. So the captain for Windward Islands has won the toss, Sunil Ambris. What are your thoughts and what are you going to do today?
We're going to have a back. Seems to be a really very well. We're going to make use of what I do yesterday. Put a really good score on the board. Back in.
Sure. And any changes to your squad today?
Yes, we've made two changes. Two debutantes actually. Asif comes in. Two guys left for the test though.
Okay.
And Gaston and yours comes in also.
Okay, and any specific thoughts in terms of your game plan for today?
Let's try and keep it as simple as possible. We find ways to lose games. Just keep it simple, play smart throughout, and then it comes out.
That's all up to you. Captain for the West Indies Academy, Teddy Bishop. Teddy, unfortunately, not winning the toss, but what would you have done if you won the toss?
We are bad, the wicket's pretty dry, so yeah.
Alright, and any changes to your squad today?
Yeah, we have two changes. Michael Palmer comes in for T1 lane and Randy Christmas comes in for Jeddah.
Alright, and in terms of your strategy for today's match?
Just looking to go there and express ourselves. You know, it's our last game, so we're trying to leave everything on the pack today.
Alright, definitely. Well, all the best to you, Teddy, and we look forward to the game today. So the news from the toss is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes have won the toss and decided to bat first.
Well, there you have it. The toss was taken just a short while ago, and we understand that they won the toss, and they have decided to have first strike. The players are all in the middle. The opening batsmen are all there, and we are about to have play started at this time. The officials for this game is Chris Wright, Candice Laborde, and Vicky Daniel is the third person who will be officiating in this game. The match referee is Jonathan Blaze. So as I speak to you, let me introduce a very familiar voice and a very familiar name indeed. Anthony Gray, former West Indies fast bowler. Tony, nice to have you. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Astil. Good morning to our listeners and viewers out there. What a wonderful day. First of all, I have to say that at this wonderful ground here in Spec. This is St. Augustine, Trinidad, East Trinidad. And the sun is out in all its splendor and glory, and obviously the ground looks playable. We've had some recent rain here, so this is good news for the fans.
Excellent news indeed, and we have opening the bowling is Kelvin Pittman. He came in there with some amount of steam and some amount of enthusiasm. The ball went down to the keeper who collected, and we are on to the start of play. The Windwards, indeed, they will be looking to at least come out of this game looking good and winning it, Tony.
Yeah, I think it's obviously they have to be positive out there. Windward decided to bat first, and I think it's the right decision. This pitch and the recent history has would assist the spinners a little bit more. It will be dry based on the conditions, and it might be more difficult for batting in the second innings. It's a bad delivery.
This one is down the leg side from Pittman. The keeper went to his left. It didn't collect cleanly, and it went down to the long leg there. And the ball is relayed back to the first slip, and it goes to it makes its way back to the bowler. So the first two deliveries wasn't all that well directed, Tony. I mean, it is a wicket indeed where you got to make use of every single bit of moisture and every bit of sunshine that you are
Yeah,
given.
that's right. The ball is hard, pronounced seam, and you really want to make use of the new ball. It will swing around, it will move around. He's got to show a little bit more control.
And that's the next one again, down the leg side indeed. I think Pittman, he's striving for a lot of pace here, but he's getting the ball to move a little more to his liking. And the wicketkeeper went all the way to his left again. A small man, but he made that he parried the ball. He made a mistake. And it is, well, the score remains on no runs on the board as yet. Oh yes. So Kevin Pittman is the man who has been entrusted with the new ball, and he will be looking to be a little better in his fourth delivery of the morning.
Yeah, he's got to settle down here, and one or two of the senior players, I say senior players, but all these guys are very young. And you have one or two players who have played at this level before. They have to go up and talk to him, settle him down a little bit. It's not a common trend with young fast bowlers these days. It used to happen in my time. But he's got to get it right, and he's got to complete his action against the right-handed batsman. Those deliveries might have been better against the left-handers.
And that's a better delivery indeed, well directed. This one was lifting there, and you could see that he bent his back a little. The batsman, the opening batsman, Stephen Pascal, he came across, and he was beaten for some pace and some bounce, Tony.
Yeah, it's a big, strong young fella, Pittman. He's got the physicality that you need with fast bowlers. He's built well, and that was a very good delivery. Just short of a length, rising, bouncing. Oh.
Pittman again, a nice delivery indeed. Where Pascal remains on the back foot. He tried to play a back drive. Didn't play it at all. The ball whizzed past the outside edge and went to the keeper, who didn't take all that cleanly. But no harm done, because there was no edge and there wasn't anything to cause any disturbance to the stumps of the opening batsman Pascal. But the two deliveries we have seen so far, barring the ones that went before, quite good from Pittman.
Yeah, he's settled along nicely now. Another good delivery at the stumps, and he's got to be direct in his approach. And as you mentioned, use the new ball properly, because the new ball would not last long. This is not a red ball. This is white ball cricket, and the new ball lasts for, I think, about 6 overs. It swings around for about 6 overs, and you've got to be on spot and bowl in the right areas. And the right areas meaning just short of length and that off-stump line, and test the batsman with that slip in place. That's better.
Better delivery indeed from Pittman. And that could be the end of the over. Or is it? I see the umpires are checking with each other to make sure that they got it right. But an excellent delivery again. The last 3 deliveries from Pittman, they were well directed and with some pace indeed. I mean, his opening over, he's beginning to really trot on.
Yeah, he's got some pace, and we've seen some fluctuation in bounce. Are still 1 or 2 deliveries keeping low, 1 or 2 deliveries, with ample bounce. So this guy's got some pace. Oh my!
Good delivery indeed. This one was short, and Pascal went down, and maybe he took it on the shoulder, but the batsman are through for a leg by. Is it a leg by? Yeah. So the score moves on to 10 without loss and we still in the opening over from Kelvin Pittman. A good delivery indeed, a quick one, and I am thinking that maybe Pascal didn't pick up that one all that cleanly, and maybe he took his eyes off of it, but no harm done in terms of a wicket going down, and the batsman went through for that extra run indeed.
Yeah, looking at Pittman, he's bowling some fast deliveries now. He's settled on nicely, and he's attacking the stumps, and sometimes he's attacking the player. That's a good shot, but for no run, well fielded. And it's good to see the young fast bowler, after a bad start in this over, settling down nicely and bowling some direct type of deliveries.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean that is lovely to see. It is beautiful to see a bowler, young Pittman. I mean, he came on his first couple of deliveries. They were ill directed. He got it right, and he really started to put his back into it. And the Lincoln line was quite good. So the first over has gone past now, and the score remains on 10 without loss. You have the two opening batsmen, Stefan Pascal. He's yet to get off the mark, and also Desron Maloney. He's the other one who has partnered Pascal, and Pascal is the man who will be taking up who will be taking strike. He'll be facing up to, it seems like, the left arm spin of Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop, we are familiar with him from the CPL, Tony, and I believe he has created quite a name for himself.
Yeah, he's a wonderful bowler. I did some work with him years ago in Grenada at the under-19 level to prepare them for that 2018 World Cup, under-19 World Cup. And he's an excellent bowler, always seems to get wickets. And I called him at 17 years old. He was about 17 years old. I called him a big man bowler. My reports on him was very good because I was very impressed with him. And he's done well at this regional level. And it's so sad that we have an influx of left-arm spinners now that he's not been able to be elevated to the highest level of the game, because I think that he has that ability to go to the highest level.
Oh yes, and this is Bishop's second delivery. The two well-directed deliveries, and he is really pushing them through because the left arm spin bowler comes forward again. This one went past the outside edge of Pascal's bat. It is taken by the keeper, and so Joshua Bishop, he has his first three deliveries have shown that he has a good start, an excellent start to his bowling spell.
Yeah, what he has is really good control, obviously, as a left-arm spinner. He has good variation too. He attacks the crease. And he likes to bowl at the stumps. He's got good variation with flight, trajectory, and he turns to one or two balls. So you don't really know the angle or the extreme turn or just a little bit turn. He varies quite well.
This one, Pascal went for a big sweep there, looking like it was going down leg. There was a stifle appeal from the keeper and those in the slip region. That's the end of the over, and it's a maiden over. I think it was a maiden over.
Yeah, it's an excellent over. He gets through his overs. They're playing across the line of the ball. Sometimes I feel, Astil, that these batsmen are so proactive with the sweep shot, and they have it in their minds that they need to play the sweep shot against the spin, and sometimes they don't pick length.
As Pittman starts his second over, indeed, you can see he's really steaming in here, and this first one, Maloney's on the back foot, pushes his back straight to the man at. Is it a point or a cover shot?
Yeah, it's a good delivery.
There.
Yeah, good short of the length delivery, and that's where he wants to bowl all of his deliveries. Or if he recognizes that there's a definite weakness, a specific weakness of the batsman, then you can try certain things. But that is a containing, wicket-taking type delivery.
Good delivery again from Pittman. This one is right up there, forcing Maloney to really come forward and really play from just under the arm. Good delivery. Rising, sharp one, and Maloney did well to keep it out. So we are seeing the start of a good over from the second over from Pittman, and he seemed to be generating some amount of steam, having gotten past the 1st over.
I'll bowl again now. Now I have to say that perhaps you have to look at the pre-game preparation of Pittman, because he's not bowled well in his first 3 deliveries and then he's settled along nicely. So you have to look at something like that. But he is bowled consistently well after the bad start. And it's good to see a young player, and all these players on this particular team, they're very young, they elite talent, settle along like that, and he's really looking to attack the stumps.
This one, he pulls out of his delivery style. The umpire calls a dead ball, and Pittman will be forced to go back to his mark. But Tony, tell me something. When you pull out of your run-up, I mean, what effect does that have on fast bowlers? I mean, because they come in and they pull out of it. Do that create any stress on the body or mental stress?
He loses it again. And yeah, that's a good question, because you don't want to be running a distance and lose your run-up, because it plays in your mind that you're not getting it right from the start of your run-up. Things are not right at all, and you should be concentrating on where you want to pitch the ball. So he's got to get it right, and you don't want to be running from distance. And that's the second time he's done that in this over. He's done it before in a previous over, so he's not gotten it right, his run-up.
This one is down the leg side, and the umpire has a signal a wide, because as you rightfully point out, Tony, he seemed to be having some difficulties. I wouldn't say problems there, but some difficulties in getting his stride in. I mean, to get the rhythm right, because fast bowlers, they depend upon rhythm, and then they can execute the other paths, which include in the armory.
Yeah, when you look at the greatest exponents of good bowling habits and actions and run-ups, you look at Michael Holin, Sir Curtly Ambrose, excellent, and we'll discuss it after this delivery. You want to be consistent in your strides, all right? It's repeating your stride patterns. We've seen it in England a lot with the moist outfields. Look at Sir Curtly Ambrose, for example. He strides on one spot all of the time. So you can make adjustments with your bowling action, but you want to have that consistent stride patterns, and he does not at the moment. And certain things come into play, for example. All right, certain things will come into play, and I'll discuss it after this delivery. He's slowing up there, so he's really struggling. Oh,
nice shot there from Maloney. Maloney gets on the back foot and he punches this one at the batsman across for 2, as the fieldsman retrieves and returns it to the wicket keeper. So, as you were saying, Tony, we have seen an obvious he's slowing down. I don't know if something is there in the path of his run-up that is causing some distraction to him. So there is this this normality, but Pittman, he has to cope with it, and he's trying his best. There he goes again. He pulls out of this one again, Tony.
yeah, well, I'm looking at his arm movement. They say the arms will carry the legs, right? It's sort of like in sprinting. You see the Olympic athletes, they use their hands well, their arms well, and their arms have to be a forward movement. He is crisscrossing his arm movement across his body, so it's not what you want to see. His arms must be forward rather than across his body. See, he's losing momentum there, and he's bowling from shoulder strength. He's got enough strength there, but he's bowling from shoulder strength, and he's struggling. So my advice at this point in time, as we see the end of the over, it's now 14 for the loss of no wickets, 3 overs gone, is that you take him off, let him relax a little bit, and you bring somebody from that end to try to settle things down, because he's not happy at all, and his confidence level will drop. And you want him to bowl in the right areas, and the right area that I mentioned is just short of a length and just outside the off stump.
Yes, and he has, and there's no doubt about it that this young man, he has some pace, and he could be hostile once he gets it right. So I think the advice which you have extended to the captain out there, he might just be doing that. But we are moving on to to Joshua Bishop's second over, and he will be bowling to Maloney up at the other end. The score is now 14 without loss. Pascal is on 2, and Maloney, who is striking strike, we'll tell you his score. He's supposed to be about 7 or 6 around there, but we'll get it right in a couple of minutes. But here we see Joshua Bishop is the man who has taken up the attack from the UE spec end, I call it, from this end, and up come Pascal to both of them. Good delivery indeed. It went past the outside edge of Maloney's bat. The keeper had to take it a bit high up indeed, showing that there is some bounce in this wicket if you can extract that kind of quality from the wicket. And there we see again Bishop keeping that line and keeping the things, and it's a repetition of the first delivery of the delivery that went before. As Pascal now comes down the wicket, has called his partner down the wicket to maybe share a word with him. How are you going to cope with this left arm spin of Joshua Bishop, where the ball seemed to be spinning away a little and jumping a little?
I think it's a good thing that Pascal comes on the wicket to change the momentum of the bowler and just to have a word, give a word of confidence, of motivation to his partner. Yeah, you go slow delivery, so he's mixing it up. One of the great things about him is gets close to the stump. Sometimes he jumps away from the stump, and that can be disconcerting to the batsman because he doesn't really know the angle of delivery. So Bishop is a very cunning, intelligent bowler. There you go, good shot. Excellent shot for no run. So the pressure is on. He's not been able to score. This is the 5th delivery, and Bishop has been very frugal. No runs coming off his bowling as yet. So this is excellent left arm finger spinning.
This seemed to be the faster one from Bishop that slipped past there, but Maloney happened to get a bat down to it, and it went to the leg side region. And there is a quick single there to be taken, the end of the over. 1 run coming out of it, and the score moves on to 15 without loss. Pascal is on 2, and Maloney, as we see here, he's on 1.
Yeah,
so 15 without loss.
Yeah, a lot of extra deliveries, and they came via Pittman's inconsistency. But when you look at Joshua Bishop, and that last delivery was excellent, a faster delivery. He can bowl the arm ball too, but that one seemed to go straight on. And he has tricks, and that's why I say, like, you know, you have Akil Hussain playing a lot of white ball cricket, and Kuda Kishmoti. But this guy is phenomenal when it comes to consistency, change of pace, quickness of pace sometimes. And I like to see when people talk about spinners having change of pace, they normally talk about slower deliveries. But I like to see the quicker ones too. That last delivery in that previous over was a quicker one.
So we see a change of bowling at this end. We have Smith coming on here, and he's bowling to Maloney. Maloney plays a lovely drive indeed, but the man at point or backward point, you could have made a wonderful stop and denying Maloney of any run. But it seemed like if the Windward Island skipper, who used Tony, and he has made the switch. He has taken out Pittman, and he has brought on Vanako Smith.
Yeah, you look at Smith. He played the previous delivery well from Smith, but that was a good fast delivery. This guy has some pace. Doesn't really have the perfect bowling action. He drags that back leg. I see it again. Drags. Yeah, that's a full length delivery. Now he's trying to bowl the ball up to the batsman, searching for that wicket. Now he doesn't have the perfect tight action because he doesn't jump enough, and he drags that back foot. And talk a lot about back foot landing, very important, and you want that back foot to come through quickly too. And there's something that he could work on. But he's a tall, strong young man. He bowled well in the World Cup. It was played in South Africa, the Under-19 World Cup. Good bowling attack we had. Good, strong That's a good delivery again, but driven.
Nice shot there from Maloney. Indeed, that one was up there asking for the drive, and Maloney he obliged, and they went for two quick runs indeed. The outfield isn't lightning quick, so it gave the fieldsman a chance to chase and pull it back. So there's 2 runs there. Lovely shot indeed, right up there for the drive, and Maloney went for it from Smith, who is the man operating from the end.
Yeah, well, he's trying to get the ball to swing. He's a swing bowler. He can get the ball to move off the seam too. He's got to pull back the length a little bit more to create the expansive drive. That's well bowled. That's better. At the stumps, good enough pace. Tall young man. I like to see that. I like to see these tall, strong, young fast bowlers. We have a lot of quality in Caribbean cricket as it pertains to the fast bowlers. But we have to work on them, and it's a great thing that CWI has initiated this academy team. They're playing against more experienced players, more experienced teams, and it's good that this early intervention at this tender age to give them that experience. There you go again. He's going to go for 1-0. Well fielded. That's excellent fielding, alertness, awareness, and quick release of the ball.
Yes, indeed, a quick release of the ball, because here you had Maloney charging down the wicket, looking for that quick single, but Pascal didn't respond. Maybe he was caught looking at the ball. Maybe he was ball watching. Maloney was forced to turn and head back to his crease. And all in all, the excitement level and the adrenaline level of the players that remain high. And the game just continues as Smith comes in again to bowl to Maloney. Good shot indeed. It was short, and Maloney played the pull shot. It's, like I said before, the outfield isn't all that quick, so the fieldsmen have been given a chance to chase it and pull it back. They got two more runs, so the score moves on to 19 without loss in the 5th over. We continues here as the action continue at the UE Spec ground in St. Augustine.
Yeah, normally because this ground is turtle back, the ball will speed away to the boundary. But the thing about it, because of the recent rain, it's lush green, it's heavy outfield, and even a shot like that from a fast bowler didn't go for 4. So got to say that perhaps you're going to be looking at least 240 will be a challenging score based on conditions here and based on the opposition, because the academy team, very talented team, and they don't have the experience that the senior team will have in the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, as we see, Joshua Bishop is a man who is continuing his spell. Left arm spin bowler. He bowls to Pascal, and Pascal just comes forward and takes a quick single in.
Yeah, there's some inconsistency with the running between the wickets because they've not yet worked it out.
So the score moves on to 20. We are in the 6th over. Good delivery indeed from Bishop, forcing the batsman, the batter to go onto the back foot. That ball came into him. Bishop, Maloney, he kept that one out, and this one just going down the leg side. The keeper failed to collect, and it's a leg by. The umpire signals a leg by.
What Bishop needs to do is to just bowl at the wicket all the time. He doesn't need to try anything special. He's got the faster delivery that goes on very quickly, and maybe that can be the dangerous type delivery. Well bowled again, so he's got the one that goes away. So he's got wonderful tricks and excellent skill sets. And the reason why he gets a lot of wickets because of the pressure that he exudes on the batsman. They don't give them runs at all. That's a good delivery. But he's going to bowl one or two slower deliveries because this pitch is holding up a little bit. And he's going to try those flighted slower deliveries he saw in one of the previous overs. And one of the batsmen tried to play too early, so he's mixing it up with control. Extremely good bowling. At the stumps again. So here's where the pressure to score comes from, that consistency. The end of the over, the 6th over, is now 22 without loss.
22 without loss indeed, and I think the Windwards they're moving along very slowly indeed, but that this start is what they are building towards that total you have projected, Tony. You said a total between 240, 245, 244 could be a good total on this outfield.
Yeah, you look at the outfield, you have to gauge everything. Obviously, if you're playing to the conditions, you have to gauge the bonus points too. I don't think they're going at the bonus points. Remember, 1 wicket allowed to fall in the first 10 overs, get into 60 runs, you'll get a batting bonus point. But obviously, the intent has not been to be aggressive.
Smith continues it then.
Yeah, the intent really still is to build a foundation for the team. Is very important, and they will reassess things as the game unfolds.
And that is so important indeed. I mean, to be able to shift gears and to revisit your plans so often, because cricket is a game of shifts and these subtle moves. So you need the team, the batting team, the bowling team, the captains to always be on top and realizing what has to be done as Smith comes in. Lovely drive indeed from Pascal. This one is through the cover region. The fieldsmen are giving chase, and they've been able to pull it back, but not before the batsmen can get 2 runs there. So they have pushed the total to 24 without loss.
I think Pascal is unhappy with his partner because he's not looking for the 3rd run, and Pascal is faster than he is, so he gesticulated angrily just now, and they got to look for this 3rd, and well, you hardly likely to get 4 runs running between the wickets on this outfield. It's too heavy, but you have to look for the 3rd run. Always got to be looking for runs, still.
You got to be on the lookout for runs, and I believe what is happening there. Maybe Maloney, who is Pascal's partner, is not running the first one as hard as Pascal would like him to, because on this outfield, you got to be able to squeeze every single run, because the ball is not racing to the boundary. So when a shot, a sweetly timed drive is executed, then you need to get as much runs as possible from that shot.
The other thing is that, because of the heaviness of the outfield, you're going to be looking for a score at least 240, 230, but it demands a lot of running quickly between the wickets. And because you will hardly likely get the boundaries. We've seen some good shots through the offside. We've seen a pull shot that didn't go for 4. So this is where the batting team will have to be very good at running quickly between the wickets, seizing every opportunity to get the singles and to get the 2s and the 3s. Ooh.
That was a short one indeed from Smith. Maloney went for the hook shot, wasn't in control, but it hit the top of the bat, maybe the back of the bat or the toe of the bat. And we have seen it is the first boundary of the morning.
He didn't get inside the line of the ball. Good short delivery, I might add, from Smith. A fast delivery. And he's a skiddy type bowler. I don't think that was pounded into the turf. I just think it came up very quickly. And a well-aimed short delivery. It was skiddy type. So not enough time to play that pull shot.
Smith to Maloney. Maloney comes right forward on that one, showing the full face of the bat. You can hear the song of the bat from outside here. And you can see the score moves on to 29 at the end of this over. Maloney is on 9 and Pascal is on 6. Tony, after 7 overs with the first boundary, it shows clearly that the outfield isn't as quick as the batsmen will like, or the batting team will like.
Yeah, obviously, but they have to contain themselves too, and they have to talk a lot between the wickets. Now, it can play on batsmen's mind, especially those batsmen who are not really good workers of the ball, but they're boundary hitters. That some of the shots they played normally will go to the boundary, so they have to contain themselves and realize the conditions out there. Well played, coming forward. So they decided to be very circumspect, watchful against Bishop because of his consistency.
Very cunning and crafty bowler Bishop is.
Wow. Arm ball. Excellent arm ball. This is impressive. Excellent bit of bowling.
And he's using the crease to he's making maximum use of the crease, Tony, because he's doing everything that he would like to execute in this spell. Good delivery again, pushing the batsman onto the back foot, but Pascal was up to the task as he pushes that one to the short cover, and there's no run. So Bishop is into his 3rd over.
That's well played.
This one is
Releasing
well
the
played
pressure.
indeed.
Releasing the pressure. Looking for those singles. That's what he needs to do. There's still a lot of overs to come, so assess things. You're going to get some bowlers who would not be as consistent as Bishop. That's another thing they have to look at. So balance against him. Don't be too, that's a good shot, but again, good feeling. Don't be too defensive against him. Look for the singles, but more watchful against. This is the main bowler, Bishop.
This one to Maloney, and Maloney comes right forward there. Very easy indeed. Very simple. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over number 8 is 30 without loss. And
you're looking at Bishop, for example. He's one that always gets wicket because of his consistency, and he has the ability to bowl the wicket-taking deliveries. But he too has to contain himself. If they decide not to go after him, might not get early wickets, and that could be playing on his mind, Astle. And you need to say, well, all right, you get in wickets for the other bowlers because they're going to attack the other bowlers, and they're going to be a lot more defensive against Bishop.
Smith to Pascal. This one is a quick one down the leg side indeed, and the wicketkeeper went across and collect cleanly. The one is passed about waist height. The batsman got inside of it and allowed it to go. Was that called a wide, Tony?
Yes, it was.
It was called a wide. So the score moves on to 31. It was a good, quickish delivery, but climbing the waist height down the leg side, and it was rightly called a wide.
He's got to complete his action against the right-handers. That's the key. Get close to the stump and then complete his action. That's better. Obviously, that will be 2 runs. They have to be looking for 3 here. And Pascal would be upset with his partner again, Maloney, because Maloney is struggling between the wickets. He's not really looking for the 3rd run here. This is disappointing, Astle.
Yes, indeed, and I mean the opening batsmen, they work in tandem. They work with a certain degree of understanding, knowing that you must understand your partner well, must know Just a look, as a touch will tell you exactly what is happening with your partner. And Pascal is not too happy with his partner Maloney. Smith comes in.
Well played. Excellent use of the pace, the angle of the ball. And this is well played. On top of the bounce, working the ball, close in the face of the bat. And wristy, tight shot for 1 run. So Pascal is looking the part, although he's not been explosive. He's gotten 10 runs off of 26 deliveries, but he is going to try to anchor the innings for Windward Volcanoes.
Yes, and he had been working, picking up the singles quite regularly. Good delivery again from Smith, and this one Maloney is on the back foot and he's pushing it, but there's no productivity in the shot, and the score remains on 34 without loss. Yeah. Maloney is on 9 and Pascal is on 10. Maloney is 9 from 25 and Pascal is on 10 from 26.
I don't think that Maloney looks confident. I think that if you look at Pascal, he is confident, but Maloney is allowing the ball to hit his bat, and he seems very, very negative out there. There you go, pulling across the line of a ball that he should be playing with a straighter bat, probably looking to hit that one through covers. But the fielders are placed in strategic. They say you've got to be looking to play through the V's in the early parts of your innings, just to get a feel of thing, and then you can be expansive around the pitch, work the ball after you got yourself in. Good delivery. See, he's going towards the leg side, so he's looking to play through the off side. Yeah. So he probably doesn't have the on-sided shots that he needs to have as an opening batsman. So he's limited because he's going through the offside and he's going towards the leg side to go through the offside. So it's not what you want to see from an opening batsman, but good bowling by Smith.
Excellent bowling indeed from Smith, and I believe that Smith must have picked up the deficiency in Maloney, and he's concentrated in keeping it straight to him, or just on or outside the off stump. Good shot indeed from, as we say that this one was pounding short, and Maloney would just remain on the back foot and he hit this one through mid-wicket for 4. A good shot indeed, and there we see he's calling to the dressing room. Maybe he wants to change a bat, or maybe something he's calling for. But
I mean, it was too short. The ball stood up for him to pull the ball. He pulled it in the right area too. He wasn't looking to pull it, too fine. He was looking to pull it in front of square, and that was a good shot. He had more control doing that. Now, because he has this predilection to play through the offside, you want to bowl full length deliveries. You don't want to bowl it that short because he gets the opportunity to pull the ball. So he's still limited, in my opinion, through the onside, but the length was too short there.
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, the length of that delivery played right into the hands of Maloney, because what we saw, he was setting himself up. He's only playing on the offside, looking for all the shots on there, and then this one came short and it stood up to him, and he made maximum use of it. So we see there's a change of bowling now. Ramparam Andrews is the man who replaces Bishop from this end, and he's a right hand. Left arm, he's a lefty also, yes, and that is, we'll see what he can do, because Bishop had a good spell, and the captain must have been Will said, well, I've seen enough of you, we'll take you off a little and bring you back sometime early on. later on. But here we see Rambaran, Andrew. He's bowling to Maloney. And there we see this one. They slipped through indeed, and Maloney is back in the stands. So the first wicket for the Windwards went down there. Rambaran in his Andrews in his first over, he got the breakthrough indeed. What Bishop and the rest of the bowlers was striving for such a dismissal from a batsman who seemed to be settling in and who had his own problems.
Well, he was nonchalant trying to play, I think, with a defensive shot, and that's amazing because he should have been a little bit more energetic, and that's not bad at all because of the change of the bowler. Rambaran is not as fast through the air as Joshua Bishop. That was a sluggish type delivery, a slow delivery. Didn't turn a lot, but it hit him on the back pad and went on to hit him on the stump. So I think it was a nonchalant type of effort to play a defensive shot, and really and truly should have been a lot more energetic towards the ball.
Yes, indeed. I mean, a lot more energy should have been exerted towards that delivery, and he was a bit too casual, because when you are facing up a bowler for the first time, then you need to be on the alert, because you don't know what the bowler will be doing. You don't know his pace or what he'll be doing to you. So it was a bit of a sidestep, a misstep there from Maloney, and he has paid the price. He's back in the pavilion. The score is now 39 for 1. And Andrew Rambaran, he's the man who got the breakthrough here. The batsman coming to the crease is Jeremy Solozano, a local boy, so he will know these conditions and know the spec ground quite well. Tony?
Yes, excellent batsman. I like to see that they've made the adjustment where Solozano is concerned. He batted at 5 or 6 in some of the previous games. You need somebody to anchor the innings, and obviously they're looking for that bonus point, and the perception or the misconception that he could not go after the ball in the power play. Solozano has been switched because of the outfield, so they want an anchor man in him now, but he's shown that ability to play some fluent shots, and he's a great worker of the ball. Excellent temperament, and you really need somebody who has played test match cricket but not batted in that one game that he had, but unfortunately he didn't bat because he was struck on the helmet at short leg. That's a good shot again by him. So Rambaran has gotten that early wicket, and it would give him some confidence against his senior batsmen. Good delivery again. So you see him change the pace. Excellent over by Rambaran, getting that early wicket. That one wicket they needed.
Excellent over indeed. Rambaran, he came on and he got the wicket. He got the breakthrough, which his team was striving for. And the new batsman, Solozano, as Tony was telling you, he is the right ploy for Pascal, because both of them seem to be, they will be able to walk the ball around on this type of wicket and this type of outfield, and they should put the team into a good position when it comes to running between the wickets. But before we move on to the other over, I am going to take my leave and let in KB, the man who took the toss. He will join Tony Gray. KB, nice having you, and good morning to you again. Welcome.
KB, I like that.
Hi, good morning to you, Astil. Definitely a pleasure to be in the esteemed company of senior sports anchors such as yourself, as well as former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler Anthony Gray. How are you today, Anthony?
I'm not too bad, not too bad. It has been an interesting game. We've seen some very good bowling from Joshua Bishop, especially created some pressure. Not so good from Pittman. And Ramnaran getting that early wicket.
Yeah, Rambaran definitely seemed to be one of the key factors there in terms of the difference in his flight and his trajectory. Bishop was very, very tight with his line and length and didn't give away any runs. But sometimes you just need a difference in that speed of the ball.
That's well bowled. Good line. And he's going to be better, in my opinion, against the lefties because that's his natural angle to go away from the left-hander. And Solozano coming to the wicket. But the left-arm, right-arm combination is good. And I asked a question recently about the number 3 batsman because the number 3 batsmen are supposed to be able to play the role of the opening batsman if there's a fall of a wicket, or they can, go positively, not aggressively, but positively after the ball if there's a good start. So they have to be able to play dual roles.
Yeah, that's definitely spot on. The number 3 batsman, especially in the modern day game, has to be able to adapt to the conditions. If your openers give you an explosive start, you can come in knowing that the foundation is set and, just take your time, rotate the strike, get the 1s and 2s. If the start from the openers are a bit slow, then you might have to come in and accelerate the scoring rate. So it's always about having that dynamic appeal. We know that we see players who are in test matches who feature in T20 and T10. So the modern day, I think cricketers can play all shots in all formats.
That's well played. I think on this surface there are percentage shots and there are risky type shots. You've got to get out to the balls that are pitched up because the pitch can be too pace at times, especially against the faster bowlers. Against the spinners, you will have time to adjust. But against the faster bowlers, you have to be very decisive. If you're going to hit over the top, which I don't think they should try this early, you have to be decisive. But you've got to get that stride in to get to the pitch of the ball if you're driving straight or through covers.
Yeah, definitely. If you are going through with that shot, you have to let the bat, the hands, the head, and everything be aligned in terms of your stroke play. And Solozano is one of those batsmen. We know him from the Trinidad and Tobago setup. We have seen him with the Windward Islands, Volcanoes over the last couple of seasons, but definitely is a very competent batsman. He usually opens the batting, in fact, and takes his time to get settled into the crease, as we can see here. Not really looking to play any rash strokes early in his innings, just looking to see how the ball is moving as well as the pitch, and taking this pace of Smith.
That's an excellent shot. Working the ball, square of the wicket, slightly in front of square, and just looking to time the ball, watching the ball onto the bat. And when you have pitches, as we come to the end of the over, when you have pitches that perhaps can be too pace, you really, as a batsman, will have to watch the ball onto your bat. And Brian Charles Lara, very good exponent of that, did have that ability to play the ball onto his bat and watch it and use the wrist nicely to put the ball into the gaps. But when you see the fluctuation and bounce and pace, you really have to, as a batsman, watch the ball onto the bat.
Yes, and Brian Charles Lara, the Prince of Port of Spain, is certainly one of those role models and icons for any young batsman to look on to. And as we see Andrew Rambaran coming into the attack, we know that initially he was not part of the academy setup, and then he was selected during the course of this tournament. But what wonders it has done in terms of his ability and bringing someone with his potential to the fore. Rambaran, one of the premier cricketers in Trinidad and Tobago for the last season, and is very young as well, just 19 or 20, I believe. Would have featured for Trinidad and Tobago in the last under-19 tournament and was a standout performer for Trinidad and Tobago over the last 2 seasons. So if it's someone who deserves to get a call-up, it's Rambaran indeed.
That's well played again by Solozano. He's not really an aerial hitter. He's a gap finder. So this outfield will play in his mind. But remember, I said that he had really good temperament. Thinks the game through. He's cool and calm. Very introverted. Nice Christian guy. That's well played. Excellent driving of the ball. So rotational strike very evident here now. And that will settle down Pascal a little bit more, knowing that somebody at the other end is very adept at putting the ball into the gaps and looking for the singles and the twos.
Yeah, and Solozano, as you said, with his usual nature and stroke play, he's one to just milk the ones and twos and look to find the gaps for the boundaries. Not a usual six-hitter. However, that would not faze him at all. With just in the 12th over and approximately 38 overs to go in the game, he's definitely looking at this opportunity as one to score runs, because we know that he can bat whole day if he chooses to.
Yeah, he's got fantastic temperament, batting endurance, that mentality that you want, that Chandapal type approach to batting. You mentioned Chandapal. Ooh, talk about focus, talk about concentration, loads and loads of concentration. This is well played, looking for the second run. Let's see if they will get it. And this is a good call, although the response was very good from Solozano. I think the feeling was absolutely better, getting to that ball quickly and releasing the ball, not allowing a second run. Now, this is good. Young players out there, you want to see that energy level, you want to see that positivity, you want to see that aggression towards the ball, and you want to see them making that mental statement to the batsman that don't try to get the second run.
Yeah, that was good cricket all round. And I think, as you see, I look at the Windward Islands Volcanoes dugout. Seem to be very relaxed at this stage. Not really taking any matters of the game in terms of negative aspects, but they're just looking to play positive. Speaking with the captain, Sunil Ambris, at the toss, he said they're just looking to enjoy themselves in this game. They know that they do have a chance if they get the required points for the win, as well as certain bonus points to qualify for that top four. But noting that they also lost two of their premier players in Alec Athanase and Kavem Hodge, who would have been called up to that West Indies test team for the two home series tests against Bangladesh. So they have two debutants in their squad, actually. Just to confirm the names of those debutants, that would be Asif Hooper as well as Keon Gaston, the fast bowler. So your thoughts, Tony, in terms of the impact of the departure of Athanase and Hodge being two senior men in this setup?
Well, we've seen it with Leeward Islands, Mikel Louis and Justin Graves. So it will have an impact. And that's why you brought a good point there, KB, because that's why Solozano is now batting at the number 3 position. Because if they were here, he would have been batting at the number 5 position or 6. Yeah. That's a good shot. Lovely shot. He will get 2 runs. Yep.
Yeah, and as you mentioned that Solozano, different type of player from Athanase entirely. Athanase much more aggressive and much more confident from the start of his innings. We know that he loves to play that reverse sweep, sometimes to his demise as well, even early in his innings.
That's right.
But Solozano is more of a structured type of player who can bat through the entire 50.
Yeah, I like how you put that. It's much more structured. And I think Antonez have to be a lot more balanced. He likes to play the reverse sweep very early. And, you know, you have to look at the old cricketing adage of playing through the V's. He's such a wonderful talent, too. Excellent fielder, fast between the wickets. But to me, he has to be more structured. Some of Solozano should be placed in Antonez to get that balance.
Yeah, it's always about finding that right mixture, because you can say the reverse as well. Some of Athanase can also go to Solozano in terms of helping him, you know, find those run scoring opportunities more frequently. Motara has done well here in his first over, the young leg spinner. And at the end of 13 overs, 49 for the loss of 1. Andrew Rambaran with the only wicket thus far, 1 for 7 in his 2 overs. And the pace bowlers did not have the best start ideally. You would think that Pittman was just struggling a bit with his momentum, as you mentioned, and his run-up. I love the point that you brought up in terms of running with his hands across his body rather than through the line, as well as the transfer of power. Because just speaking to a couple sports physiotherapists as well, they said that for fast bowlers, the power actually comes through their legs, or should, rather than their shoulders, because that's why you have so many injuries and, you know, fast bowlers breaking down fast because they try to use their shoulder strength more than their leg speed.
Yeah, the hands will carry the legs, and what I, would suggest that, somebody like O'Shane Thomas, you have a lot of track and field in Jamaica, and the sprinters do the right thing to get the speed biomechanically, so he can go and train with a track and field club to get the right mechanics off-season work, because those things demand off-season work. You cannot be disruptive during the season. So he's got to concentrate on bowling in the right areas rather than mechanics. But it's so important, as we see Solozano looking for the second here, not getting it. Again, the effects of the outfield, the heaviness of the outfield, the grassed outfield, not getting the maximum for good stroke play by Solozano under other batsman Pascal. Not to get frustrated here, but mechanics as it pertains to the faster bowlers, very important, and the spinners too, might add. That's well played. Love the way he works the ball on the onside, this time square of the wicket, and nice wristy type player. We've seen the Indian batsmen. The Indian batsmen are so good at turning their wrist on in pack, and frustrating bowlers, I might add, excellent type players against spin, and that's what we need. We need the ability to use the wrist, the face of the bat properly, to close the face, to open the face, to manipulate strike. There you go again. Looking for a second run and getting it. Excellent running. Excellent running between the wickets.
Yeah, that's great cricket from the Windward Islands. And Solozano again, just right on cue. I think he's listening to you, Tony. Just using his wrist, and at the last moment, opening the face of the bat and playing it smartly into the gap. That wrist play is so important in this modern day game. If you have a flurry of dot balls, sometimes it just takes opening your wrist or breaking your wrist at the last moment. You can see trying to cut away that one, but the ball did not get up enough for him. And it's just about batting sensibly. As you know, 14 overs gone, 53 for the loss of 1. I like the point that you just mentioned as well in terms of the biomechanics and the different types of training that players can do off-season in addition to their natural cricket training. As we are here at the University of the West Indies Faculty of Sport, in fact, just last week Friday, I attended a sports law conference that the university hosted, and many points were raised in terms of sport in general, but just bringing cricket into the aspect. There are so many different things we can do to help promote the game of cricket, and it's not just solely focusing on cricket. Look, as you mentioned, athletics. We can use athletic coaches to help fast bowlers with their run-up. You can use different strength and fitness coaches for different purposes.
Well, it's really about cross-training and the perception that we had natural talent years ago with the likes of Sir Vivian Richards, Big Bird, Joel Garner. It was just a perception. Well played. Looking for the second run again, but not getting it. Good feeling by Smith, it looks like, coming off the boundary. Yeah, the perception that we had natural talent, it wasn't natural talent, it was attained talent based on our lifestyle. And, what we used to do. We used to do everything, play every sport and play every game, so it created that biomechanical, success that we had, that allowed us to be good athletes in the cricket game itself. So we have to do our research. As well, bowl again. And you talked about the sports law here at UWI. My good friend Tyrone Marcus, who's a sports lawyer, that's my good friend. I just spoke to him on the phone coming down to the game.
And that's my mentor, so it's a small world indeed.
Oh, my. It's a small world. He's an excellent person.
Yes, definitely.
That's well played, well tried. There you see the wrist again coming into play. It's whipping that ball straighter. But Motara, excellent young wrist spinner. He doesn't turn the ball a lot, but he will turn the ball just enough to get it outside the edge of the bat. His strength, his forte is really about consistency. He's like Anil Kumble, the former Indian wrist spinner. Got a lot of wickets, over 400 wickets in Test match cricket. He's a tall, young, rangy type wrist spinner. Oh, a good delivery. Slippery one.
And I like that comparison with Anil Kumble because his action and his height is similar. Kumble, of course, had his own unique action and no one can replicate the exact same. But Motara, he's using his height to his advantage, getting a bit of extra bounce.
That's a fair point. He'll be looking for the second run, not getting it. And it's a fair point because, yeah, you want to extract bounce also. I remember the former and late West Indies off spinner, Rajananand, suggesting that he wanted pitches that would turn and bounce because it's not just about turn, but it's about bounce from the spinners too. That's well played. Excellent batting by these two. And you see the run flow now because of the ability that both of them have to use the wrist nicely. At the end of the over, it's now 57 for the loss of 1. That's the 15 overs gone.
It just goes to show you there's no need to always hit boundaries if you can rotate the strike smartly. You can get the ones, get the twos, look to place the ball into the gaps, and that will create pressure on the fielding team because if you are bowling a tight line and length and the batsmen are still able to manipulate those good deliveries and convert them into singles, then you are wondering as a bowler, what must I do? I must try something different. Sometimes trying that something different can lead to either giving away a boundary or getting a wicket. So that's why cricket is a game of such glorious uncertainties. You never know what can happen, and it's always to keep you thinking. As Adrian Barrett mentioned yesterday, it's a chess match of sorts.
Yeah, it's about, trying to manipulate the field inside in different ways and also the bat inside by the fielders and the bowlers. So, for example, you have Andrew Rambaran here. He's bowling slower type deliveries on a pitch that you need pace to work the ball around, but he's bowling really sluggish type deliveries. So they now, the batting team, will have to create pace on the ball. There you go. Open face bat, looking for the second run. And this is good running. You'll have to hustle, but he gets there because the throw was weak. Of course, Mutara was going the other way. So the momentum kept him going the other way, away from the wicket. So not easy, but good judge of that second run by both batsmen. Like the response to the eagerness, the energy between the sticks. Quite evidently there. That's a good shot again. So the awareness there is quite there, and then you have the skill to go along with it. So they know where the fielders are, and they're putting the bat towards the ball to put the ball in the gaps.
And positive intention as well, not just looking to defend, but also defend and I wouldn't even say attack, but just manipulate the ball into the gaps while he is finding his feet still at the crease. Cut away nicely. Good stop as well.
That's brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding.
Looks to be
that's
the
why he's
captain.
at the backward point position, because he is brilliant in the field. Got around there very quickly. You are the fielder, and that was an excellent fielding. Slower ball again. So again, Solozano would have had a steady diet of spin bowlers, so he knows what he's trying to do here. Andrew Rambaran. It's well played. A ability to rock back nicely. He's not going to turn the ball a lot because he's not really working on the ball with his fingers. Still a good young bowler. And he's gone for 16 in his 4 overs. Not too bad.
What I like about Rambaran thus far is that traditionally we have seen many left-arm orthodox spinners try to bowl a bit too quick and just push through that delivery. Even yesterday in that match between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride, Carrie Pear, who was one of the leading wicket takers for the Red Force coming into that game, was just struggling a bit because he was bowling too quick. And then you saw, out of all the bowlers, Mark Dale came in and he was the slowest of the bowlers, but the most successful. And then Yannick Karaya also getting 4 wickets in the end because they were not afraid to flight the ball. I think that spinners sometimes have lost the art of flight and the beauty of spin bowling, which to me is part and parcel of that flight and that pace and trajectory and angle and all of these different factors spinners can use.
Looking for the second run, and yes, he will get it for sure. That's a good point, because to me, I think the coming of the T20 game has really and truly stunted the spinner's ability to flight the ball. They don't have that confidence, and especially most batsmen will try to get under the ball now. 6 hitting is a thing of the T20 game, and you really have to have mandated laws as it pertains to our spin bowlers at a young age. The Indians don't allow their under 17s to play white ball cricket. Spinners, they allow the under 19s because they have to prepare for the World Cup, right? So they're doing things in a more structured, intentional way to bring forth good spinners, because they've lost it for a while. They've gotten fast bowlers because that was intentional also. Dennis Lilly's academies years ago was implanted in India, and you saw the fruits of his labor, right? But you really have to understand spin bowling, and it's an art. You have to have captains who understand that art too, where it pertains to field placing. So you have to be intentional with the laws that will bring forth better spin bowlers.
Yeah, really excellent points there indeed, and it just goes to show you how much of this game of cricket is also academic as well as on the field of play.
Well, you are academic. You studied sports law.
Yes, I'm an attorney by profession, but I also branched off into postgrad diploma in sports management,
Right.
as well as, given the blessed opportunity to do broadcasting, commentary.
Right.
I used to play as well, former national under 13, under 14 cricketer, and I played for the great club of Presal, as I know our producer, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, as well as yourself, would have been legends from that area. My time in the coach would have been Mr. Boya Sahadio.
Yep.
And also that was when...
Former wicketkeeper.
Correct, and that was when Tony Harford was in charge and when Clico was the sponsor, so
Right.
some time ago. But as you mentioned all of those things, Boya Sahadio was in fact, he was the coach who converted me from bowling pace to spin. And I'll get back to that story because it looks like the players are going to have a drinks break. So we'll take a break and come back to you soon with that live coverage. Well, welcome back here to the University of the West Indies Sport and Physical Education Center, as we refer to it as SPEC for short, the St. Augustine campus, where we have this exciting encounter between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the West Indies Academy. Kesha Bahadur Singh joined alongside former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler, as well as a very renowned sport person just all round in Trinidad and Tobago, Tony Gray. The reason why I added that, Tony, is because I want to touch on your involvement with the University of Trinidad and Tobago as well, and the amount of positives that you have impacted on sport just through your presence, not from only your playing career, but as well as in your professional career now. As you know, Rambaran is going to continue.
Yeah, I've been working at the university for the last 17 years. We played 16 years of competition. We produced about 18 national players, one West Indies player. Yeah, one West Indies player. And Hayden Walsh Jr. passed through. I got him from the under-19 tournament way back in 2010. Yeah, so we've done well as relates to getting national players, and it's not easy because we competing with a lot of clubs, over 170 clubs in the country. So the program is working. It's not ideal, but it's getting there, and it's a great program. It's something that has been initiated by Brian Charles Lara on his retirement. Well played by Solozano. That's what I talked about, hitting the ball in the air, being intentional. It's not just cricket, but we have 8 different sports. We just had a sports caravan yesterday, deep south Trinidad, a place called Mayaro, 200 kids. I'm now jaded because of that. You're dealing with 200 kids below the ages of about 18. That's a good shot again, looking for the second run. Well fielded. And it's something that should be done all over the Caribbean. We have to be intentional. It's not going to happen like how it happened years ago when we talk about, natural talent, and that is a misconception that should be disintegrated, because we really have to look at what's happening in the world of sport, and specifically cricket, where everybody is having the type of sports science and academies and that sort of thing. Loughborough University in England, for example, the Australian sports outreach programs, they have been good. South Africa have their own thing. The Indians, they have an influx of monies to spend, so they have been intentional in bringing fast bowlers. So we have to follow suit, but it has to be a concerted, collective effort by all islands. Well, bowl again.
Yeah, Motara persisting with that consistent line and length, even though he's bowling to the left-handed Solozano, trying to use some of his variations, does have that googly on offer. Sometimes we see even modern days with leg spinners that sometimes the googly becomes their regular ball and the leg spin becomes their variant. That's nice use of the feet from Solozano, just getting to the pitch and not allowing the ball to turn. But really excellent points raised there, Tony. And 2 things seem to stem from the Sports Law Conference that applies just in general in terms of education and funding. And both go hand in hand, because you need one to support the other. And I think that in general, and the investment in sport is needed in our region. And as you said, great initiative by Cricket West Indies to bring the academy into this, because technically the academy, you consider them to be students of the game still, and they are learning and developing by playing at the highest level against good competition.
Well, the other thing is that we are competing against the Indians, for example. They have millions of people playing cricket. Australia the same, Pakistan the same. So we want to widen the pool. And as I said before, these guys are academics, and they must be allowed to play cricket too. And there must be, as that ball is in the air, just short of the fielder, coming off the sweeper boundary, they must be allowed to do both. And this is a very good initiative by CWI. Started way back when it was the West Indies Cricket Board. So this has to continue because guys would want to pursue both. And if they can't get an opportunity to play cricket, they might stop playing the game, and it will lessen our pool.
Yeah, definitely. And it just goes to show you how the investment is needed from the grassroots level. You literally have to start from the youth and the foundation to work your way up, because it's really difficult. As you see this last delivery from Motara. Pull down. He went for the quicker one there, but he got away with it. Solozano was looking to hoist that over the leg side, but a dot ball in the end. 19 completed, 71 for the loss of one.
Yeah, I just love the way this young man bowls with control. I saw him on the 17 tournament at the Pre-Sal Cricket Club. That's Central Trinidad. And, you know, I mean, he's got wonderful control. Of course, he gets the ball to bounce. His variation is not just good, but it's subtle variation. He's got a faster flipper that could zing through. I just think that he is a wonderful talent. He's got to get physically strong, because again, it's not just the faster bowlers need to be strong. The spinners, especially those guys who are wrist spinners, need to work on the shoulder, their core, and their legs, their wrists, and everything else. They have to be extremely strong, because they are not going to dissipate the effort at the point of delivery like the faster bowlers running from far. Remember, it's a lot of strain on their bodies too.
It's about understanding the science of the game. Knowing your role as a spinner, as a batsman, a fielder, any type of role that you have to play in a game of cricket. And now I think you should know all the roles, because in the modern day, specialists are no longer an asset. You really have to have players that can do everything. We see even batsmen at 10 and 11 being required to score runs frequently, and sometimes opening bowlers or batsmen being required to round their arms and give a couple overs, just to vary the nature of the game.
I think that one aspect of the game has definitely improved with the advent of the T20 game is the fielding. You see big, strong, fast bowlers now diving all over the place. Well played. This is a good shot. Absolutely brilliant shot. Well timed there by Solozano, beating the man at a short extra cover and the man at the long off position. Excellent shot. Time in good law.
So on, didn't really put much power through it, and then all along the ground, which is something any batsman loves to see. Looking for the quick single there. Bit of hesitation. The throw is wayward, so they do get a run in the end. And that, Tony, even though there's a mix-up in the end, it adds to your earlier point about the mindset and the intention of these batsmen. Because Solozano was looking to get that single, he just opened the face of the bat and took off, reached nearly half pitch. The fielder had a chance for a run-out, but the throw was errant because of the time he was required to react. And he still got a single in the end.
Right. You putting pressure on the fielding by the way you are intentionally running between the wickets and the aggression and the positivity that you're showing. And it's really about how do you exert pressure on your opposition in different ways.
Yeah, that mental aspect of the game is sometimes not as appreciated as it should be, because I recall back in the day, as you were mentioning, the different types of training and camps. I was part of a high performance camp, and I wish that they would have more of them. This was hosted by the TTCB, and it was trying to remember the exact age. I was around 13, I'm 31 now, so some time ago. But essentially they had the best players from the zone. Fuller delivery driven down the ground, but they had camps in South Trinidad, Central as well as North, and they had the best players from the zone as 20s completed, 79 for the loss of one. And before you go, Tony, just to get your thoughts on this, as it's something I think we should introduce in our schooling as well. The high performance centers, they were under 18 camps, and they took the best players from under 13 to under 18 level. They took them from a Friday evening to a Sunday evening, and there was a mix of sport as well as education. You even had to carry your books, you had to do your assignments, and you learned about the game, the science of the game, the physiology, and different aspects to just make your all-round knowledge as a cricketer improve.
Yeah, I think it should continue. I think that certain grades is still happening at the National Cricket Centre, because I have one or two players there. In fact, two players there that have been a part of the academy. Same thing, you go in Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And my good friend Kumar Rampat, he's excellent at doing those things. He's done some work with CWI in recent times. He's had one or two workshops with them. So I think it's going quite well. But more and more of these workshops need to happen. And it's about further education. It's not just about the education that we receive now, but it's always about further education to be competitive in the world. I don't like to use competitive. I like to win. All right? But I'll leave you now, KP.
Thanks very much there, Tony Gray. Definitely a lot of positive insight and information shared from his great expertise and experience in the field of sport. And now I'm joined by none other than the local legend himself, Mr. Astil Wren.
Oh, thank you so much, KB, for such an introduction. Thank you so much. And then I am replacing a legend.
Legends all around, Astil.
A legend, a true legend indeed. I'm just an imposter, but he is a true legend, Anthony Gray. But we see the score has since progressed since my absence for 81 for 1, and we are in the 21st over. So the Windwards, with the introduction of Jeremy Solozano coming to the crease, they have increased the scoring rate. They are now a projected score, if they continue along those lines, should get to above 198. They are striking at 3.95. That's the current run rate. Solozano, he's on 22 from 36, and Pascal, he's been there from the start, and he's on 31 from 57. So things are moving along nicely, KB.
Yes, well, after initial dry start, you would say, in terms of we know that they weren't as explosive in the beginning, and the runs weren't flowing as freely. But now the partnership definitely seems to be going along nicely. 42 from 69, and both batsmen playing intelligent cricket. Just looking to work the ball around different parts of the field and playing with timing more than strength at this stage. Haven't really seen much shots played in terms of that aggressive nature, but it signals that the 21st over has come to an end. 81 for the loss of 1.
81 for the loss of 1 indeed, KB. But when you look at it, I thought maybe I expect a little more from Mutara, because he's a tall man and he's a leg spinner. I thought he would have been able to do a little more with the ball, but the wicket is such a nice wicket to bat on that the batsmen, they are really enjoying themselves on this type of wicket. There isn't much bounce, much sideway movement. And when you look at the outfield with the sunshine all morning, it hasn't really improved all of that. So the batsmen have been forced to work hard to get their runs on the outfield. The boundaries were not flowing as we would have expected.
Yeah, and it just goes to show the nature of the pitch as well. Having a chat with one of the curators this morning here at the UE Spec facility, he indicated that this pitch should be one of the better pitches for batting that they have used in the tournament, given the fact that also we know there was a game to be played earlier in the week which was abandoned due to rain. They had a bit more time and preparation in terms of allowing the pitch to be match ready. And previously we saw pitches here where the ball was turning square, and now you can see from all of the spinners there's gentle turn, if so much, and they really have to work hard to get any sort of wickets.
Indeed, and just one wicket going down on that went to the mark, to the man and Andrew Rambaran. But there we see Solozano clipping this one off his legs, and he's putting it down for a quick single. So the score moves on to 81. It should be over 82 now. 82 for 1, and we're in the 22nd over. Pascal that's pushing this one, but he's reaching right there. He's a tall man, and so he just reaches right forward there and pushes this one to the fieldsman, who picks up cleanly and is back to the bowler. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so just a bit of a technological issue there with the scoring, but I think we seem to be back on track. 82 for the loss of 1 after 22.
Yes, and we see that the wind has picked up a little, and because all morning it was just there was an absence of the gentle breeze coming across the ground or coming into the commentary booth here. But I am sensing, I'm feeling a bit of breeze coming into the commentary booth as Motara continues his spell. That one he jumped a little at Solozano. He happened to guide it or negotiate that one. It went past the slip and they went for a single. So Motara is the man who is continuing this bowling attack.
Yeah, Matara using all of his variations on display. That previous delivery could have been a flipper or top spinner based on the amount of bonks that he got, as well as the trajectory of the ball going into the right-handed batsman instead of away from him as the traditional leg spin would. He's bowled really well here, Motara. And similar to Joshua Bishop, who started the innings with 4 overs, just conceding 4 runs, a very consistent and very miserly in terms of the economy, but they just need to try and find a way to get a wicket. Quick single taken, and again excellent running from the Windward Islands. Goes to show you the initiative, and as we note that part of the entire bonus point system as well, which was put forward by Cricket West Indies in the last season and more so in this season enforced, just goes to show you the nature of the game, where they want these batsmen to increase their run scoring, and as you see that one just trickling over the boundary rope for 4 runs. A very calm reaction on the outfield. You swear that it would have been a single last time.
Yes, I thought they at least they would have been given 2. So Solozano has been rewarded with a boundary, and as you mentioned, KB, is that you have the batsmen have been enjoying, but the movement between the wickets have been very good between Pascal and Solozano. So they keep the scoring rate going. It's now 88 for 1, and we in the at the end of the 23rd over. So it is a tight cricket down here at UB Spec in St. Augustine. Good tight cricket indeed. The players, the Windwards, having won the toss, they just lost 1 wicket. So they are plugging along and trying to get to that projected total. Right now they are striking up 3.8 plus per over, and they should get to about 192 if they continue along those lines. So it's now 88 for 1. And the left-arm spin of Rambaran, he's operating from this end.
Yeah, Andrew Rambaran, definitely a very bright and talented young prospect from Trinidad and Tobago. Mentioned that he would have been one of the Premier Cricketers of the Year in the TTCB's awards and functions that were held, and really is a very mature young man for his age. And you look at his style of play, his batting especially, and just his all-round demeanor, you know, he exudes such confidence and such calm in terms of his ability, and he's just around 19 or 20 years old, We'll have to confirm his age, but I know it's not more than that. And the way he just operates as a professional, it augurs well for his development in his career.
Exactly, and he started well because he picked up a wicket in his first over. So I mean that was a bonus for him and a plus for his confidence and his ability as he continues here to bowl to Pascal. And Pascal backs away from this one, trying to punch it through the offside. He does, but they amble through for a single. And Rembrandt has he remind me so much of a player called Veerasamy Permaul. He has the same type of, maybe about the same height and the same type of approach. And Permaul has been a good servant for the cricket of Guyana.
And he finds the gap on this occasion. Nice looking shot on the leg side, and really well placed indeed, because there is protection. There was a long on and a fielder a deep mid wicket, who both of them were trying to converge on that ball, but good placement there from Solozano, showing all of his ability. As Tony Gray mentioned earlier, he's an excellent player of spin and loves to use his feet, and really and truly just waits on the ball and plays it right under him. Doesn't allow it to turn or get away. Again, you see, just using his feet there. Almost every delivery, Aston, if you look at Solozano playing to the spinners, it might not be an extravagant movement, but he does use his feet to chip forward ever so slightly.
And that's a lovely sight indeed. I mean, to see batsmen, to see Solozano coming down the wicket and attacking. At his movement is to attack the bowler at every cost, and it's a rare sight to see batsmen using their feet against spin bowlers at this level in the region. But he's one of them who he grew up on good spin bowling there, because we have gotten accustomed to having produced good spin bowling. So he understands what it's like to play spin bowling, and it's just now for him to find the gaps. And once he find the gaps, once he gets to the pitch of the ball, then his scoring rate will increase, and he will be rewarded with a larger total than presently what he has. But he's doing quite well indeed. It's a lovely sight. It's nice to see. It's nice to look at him bat at the crease against slow bowlers.
Sure, and as we see a look at the Manhattan there, you can see that the first over was in fact the highest scoring over for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and in fact much of that was due to some wide deliveries from Pittman. And we see a change in the bowling attack now. Joshua Bishop with a change of ends, previously bowling from the spec center end. Now he's bowling from the pavilion end. We know that Bishop is someone who is very consistent and reliable. He can pitch that ball in the same area for 6 deliveries of the over. Is a bit quicker through the air, so restricts the batsman from scoring. And that one is flighted and takes the outside edge, but passes the Teddy Bishop at slip and runs away to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Quite fortunate indeed. I mean, that one, they hit the outside edge, but it did not carry. It took the win was 4 more to the total, which is 99 for 1, and being the 25th over.
Yeah, and you saw on the replay as well, there was no chance for the slip fielder, because in fact it was a bottom edge and the ball bounced before it even reached to the fielder. So a really difficult one, even for him to stop to prevent that boundary. Bishop, with that one boundary, Bishop conceded the same amount of runs that he conceded in his first 4 overs, just to give you an idea of how economical he has been.
Yes, I mean, he has been hitting that spot, and he'll be using the crease. He's a very intelligent bowler and a cunning one indeed. He knows how to use the crease, and he knows when to use different deliveries during his attack.
And we know that the 100 has been brought up for the Windward Islands Volcanoes for the loss of 1 wicket, and partnership going along steadily here between Solozano and Pascal. Pascal, one of the openers, would have been there from the start, and Solozano joining them, and in fact just outscoring him at this stage just by 1 run with lesser deliveries. And again, you see the use of the feet. In fact, he went forward and then had to go back there, Solozano. But it's his natural instinct as the 25th over comes to an end. 100 for the loss of 1. Exact run rate of 4 runs per over. How do you think they would look to proceed here, Astil, in the next half of their innings?
Well, I think having laid the foundation, I mean, the foundation is laid by the two batsmen. I mean, they just fortunately for the Windwards, they just lost 1 wicket. So at least they have wickets on hand, and from there on, I think they can push on and play a little more freely, because they will. I think they'll have a total in mind. And when you look at the current scoring rate, it's a 3 point something. They need to maybe up that a little more if they are going to get maybe that what we talked about earlier on. If they're going to get about 240, 230, but they will need from here on to really, having had Pascal and Solozano, they have settled in nicely. They know now the pace of the wicket. They have looked at the bowlers, and I think from here we are going to see a little more attacking cricket and a little more enterprising cricket.
Yeah, definitely. They do have the foundation set, and we see a new bowler as well coming from the spec end, Michael Palmer, who has come into the academy squad today, one of the changes that they would have made. So exciting to see this young man. And he starts well. That's a good looking delivery.
Right up in the block hole there, and Pascal just came forward, dropped the bat on it, and they went through for a quick single. So Palmer, well directed delivery, but Pascal was up to the task as they went through for that easy single. The score moves on to 101 for 1.
Just to give you an idea of the point standing at this stage as well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with 63 points on top of the table, Jamaica Scorpions 53 points second place, Barbados Pride 46 points third place, and Leeward Islands Hurricanes 38 points in fourth place. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are in fact on 31 points, and the Leeward Islands today playing against the combined campuses and colleges. That match taking place at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. So it will be very interesting to see how those matches turn out, because if the Leeward Islands lose and the Windward Islands win, and depending on the bonus points attributed to either team, there can be a switch up in that fourth place.
Yes, so there's all to play for at both venues here and at the Queen's Park Oval. As we see Palmer comes in and he play again. This one is short, and Pascal did the same thing, dropped the bat on it and went for the single. An easy single indeed. As the batting seemed to be quite easy now for the Windwards, as the wicket is not doing much. And so I believe now is the time where both men should be looking to really push on and to play a little more attacking cricket and to get that scoring rate up to just over 4. Right now they're striking at 4.04. But need to get it up a little more. As Palmer into both the Solozano, he flicked this one around off his pads. It goes down to the square leg or the fine leg, and they go through for another single. The score moves on to 104 for 1 in and this is the 26th over.
And just to give you an idea of the score in that game across at the Oval, combined campuses and colleges, 107 for the loss of 4 wickets at this stage. Leeward Islands Hurricanes yet to bat. And thick outside edge. Would it run away to the boundary? There is protection, but it's quick enough. And just goes to show you sometimes it's the curse of being a fast bowler, Astil. You can bowl an excellent delivery, but because of the extra pace,
full with all the force that he wanted, it hit the edge and it went through the slip region and all the way down to the boundary. So he didn't muck around with that one. He saw it, he went for it, and he was rewarded for it. That's Palmer again. the Pascal. Pascal they dropped the hand on it, and they gone for a quick single. So at least you have 7 runs coming off the over so far, 8 runs from the over. And the score moves on to 109 4-1. We ended 26th over indeed. So it's nice, brilliant sunshine here at the UE Spec ground in St. Augustine. We came this morning and it was really, really nice. And the weather-wise, it continues to be that. And I'm sure the players are really enjoying themselves out there.
So just as we see the points table on our screen, you can see the Windward Islands at this point in 6th place with 31 points, and Leeward Islands in 4th place with 38 points. So just a 7-point gap, which is why we mentioned that a win as well as bonus points would be crucial for Windward Islands in this game. And you really and truly just have to bat smartly and bear those bonus points in mind. As we note, the bonus points are essentially a guide for the teams in terms of how they approach the game and their run scoring at different levels. With the power play losing 2 wickets is also a key factor, so they would have gotten that point. And then as well, when you come down to the end of the innings, it always depends on how they fare, if they decide to score more aggressively or not. But it's one of the main focus is this middle over stage where they have to continue rotating the strike.
Yes, they have to continue because I'm sure the captain of the batting team, the Windies team, he'll be thinking about that, and the batsmen will have that in mind because that is how this season they have been drilled to start thinking this way. So at least they'll be thinking about the bonus points, and they'll be looking at really gaining all the or getting all the advantage they can get from this encounter or while playing out in the middle at this time. So you have another single indeed as Bishop continues his attack from the pavilion end, and facing up to him will be Jeremy Solozano, who is on 38, having faced 57 deliveries, and Pascal, he been there from the start. He's there he's on 43.
Well, I think Pascal seems to be playing the anchor innings for his team and one of the openers, and doesn't seem to be too rushed at this stage. His strike rate just under or just above 50, I should say, 43 from 72. But Solozano came in, started off slowly as well, but seemed to be more aggressive in terms of his intent to continue rotating that strike. Looks for a run almost every ball. And again, an outside edge. And this one will also run away to that third man boundary, almost a repeat of the boundary in the previous over. The difference is in the first instance, Teddy Bishop was there at slip. Still.
Exactly, indeed, and I am sure. I mean, Pascal must be telling himself, "Boy, that's quite fortunate for me because there isn't any slip." As he faces up to Bishop once more, comes right forward,
and he's gone. He looks to be gone, caught and bowled by Joshua Bishop, and you can see the reaction of Pascal. Very, very disappointed indeed. He was just bent over there in dismay, having reached so close to his half century, a long vigil at the crease, 75 deliveries he would have faced at this stage, and a very soft. Just be pushed uppishly from Pascal, and look at his demeanor walking up. I feel it for Pascal, to be honest. The bat so long out there in this heat, to see off many of the intense bowling that came early on in the innings, and now to be out in such a soft manner as still truly it's tough for the young man.
Yes, I mean we all feel it for him because he did the hard work. He was out there from the first ball, did all the hard work, faced up to the different type of bowlers, and then to be out in such a soft way is not what he would have liked indeed. But during his stay at the crease, he sold it on. He got a 47. He really set a foundation for his team. So it's 115 for 2, and we are in the 27th. We are the start of the 28th over. So they are striking. So at this time, we see coming into the wicket to join Solozano is soon Ambris. And Ambris had been, I think he will have a lot of things on his mind at this time. We're thinking about, the bonus points and to really get things going. But he will have to settle in first, get the pace the pace of the wicket, get the bounce of the wicket, and then he will start, because we know he is a good player. He can take on the bowlers once once he has gotten a good start, and we wait and see what Sudan Ambris will dish out for us against having come in at this time when they have a pretty good foundation, KB.
Yeah, Sunil Ambris, definitely one of the batsmen who can be explosive if he needs it from ball 1. And you can see the intelligence of Joshua Bishop all on display here. And that wicket in this over bringing just reward for the young man. You know, very consistent, as we mentioned, with his line and length, but also uses variety, not only in terms of the pace of the delivery, but also the crease as well. 27 gone, 115 for the loss of 2. That wicket, Astel, do you think it can spiral more wickets for the West Indies Academy, or would it lead to a difference in approach from the Windward Islands Volcanoes?
Well, I think the batting team, the Windwards, they'll have to, pull back a little and reassess things. But you have Jeremy Solozano, who is batting extremely well and who is looking good. So you have, if he can continue and Ambris play the second fiddle to him, because having just arrived at the crease, he will need some time to really get his eyes in, get his feet going, and get really organized. But if once they are pulled back a little and Solozano can continue going forward, I believe they can continue the same type of look or same type of total that they have in mind. But the field team, the West Indies Academy, will be looking to have an opposite view on that. They will be looking to change things. As we see, Palmer is a man who has continued from the UE spec end, and Solozano is a man facing up to him. This one was kind of shortish indeed, and Solozano they just leaned back a little and tried to find the gap, but he was unable to do so. It went straight to the fieldsman, who came around, picked it up, and the ball is on its way back to the bowler.
And just to give you an idea, Jediah Blades was in fact one of the top wicket takers for the West Indies Academy. 14 wickets prior to the start of this game, and he is not in the starting 11 today. The academy noting that they're just rotating the squad a bit to ensure that everyone gets ample playing time, given that this is their last game and they have no chance of qualifying to the semi-finals round. But it just goes to show you that he, being one of their premier wicket takers thus far in the tournament, 14 wickets, which is no easy feat. The fact that he is not in the squad today, they have to look elsewhere and get support from their other bowlers, who also have the opportunity to grab the mantle with both hands and try to see if they can, put their hand up and say, I'm going to take the wickets today, I'm going to help my team. And, despite the fact that Blaze is not in the 11, of course they're a unit, but they would want to show that they don't need him in the 11 just to get wickets. Oh, he misses his run up there and looks down at the crease immediately.
Yes, indeed. Palmer, he came in and he pulled out of it because he misses his run. But just to add to what you were saying there, KB, you have the batsmen doing extremely well. I mean, they will need to continue along the same mode and to continue to push the score along, because they have all to play for And they are in contention to be among the top four. So they'll have all to play for. They'll have all the running to do against the West Indies Academy, who is totally out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Windward Islands would want to take this opportunity to get into that semi-final. Of course, it would bank on the result in the other games. So as much as they want to win here and they want to do well, their fate still has another factor to be determined.
Correct.
So I'm sure they would look to CCC to assist them in their cause in that game against Leeward Islands. But Ambris, a very competent batsman indeed. We know that he did have a couple opportunities with the West Indies team, but I think that he may have been put in a position to bat where he was not as comfortable. Ideally, I believe they put him to open the innings, and traditionally, he's a middle order batsman. I recall from the days in youth cricket, Ambris essentially was a very good middle order batsman playing regional cricket throughout the years, and in fact was one of the first names on the team sheets for his country in those tournaments.
So Palmer posed to Ambris, who pulls this one around, and they get a single, because I thought he would have gotten more for that shot, because there was a little more power and a little more emphasis about the man on the square leg boundary. He came around and picked up and denied any more runs, but just a single to the Windward Islands to skipper Sunil Ambris. The score moves on to 117 for 2.
Palmer has looked well in his first 2 overs. Tad bit expensive, 11 off of his 2 overs, but just due to a couple outside edges that ran down to that third man area. But nice action, nice smooth run up and delivery, good momentum when he reaches to the crease as well. So definitely a good prospect to look at there, young Palmer, as Joshua Bishop continues from the pavilion end. Wicket in his last over. Sure, he'd look to strike again here. See if we can get the new Sunil Ambris out while he's fresh at the crease. Oh, and a wild heave there from the Windward Island skipper, just losing his balance as well. And as any cricket coach would tell you, if you're off balance after a shot, then you probably shouldn't be playing that shot.
Exactly. But I mean, Sunil Ambris went against the grain and he missed everything. The keeper, the ball missed him, went through.
And that's better, playing through the offside. I think many batsmen in the modern day, when they try to hit the ball aggressively, they end up closing the entire face of the bat and playing in a cross-batted fashion. There's so much reward in playing with the full face of the bat and playing through the V's. Some might think it's a old-timer mentality or old-timer attitude to the game. However, nothing beats the basics. And again, you see a cross-batted sweep from outside of the off stump to a bowler who's turning the ball away from you.
Yeah, I think Ambris is going against the grain. He's going against everything, and I mean, even the scoring rate is going against him, because that shot turned out to be a non-profitable shot. This one, he just came right forward and smothered the spin, and there's no run. So I think Ambris will be thinking seriously about where he's going to get runs in the other delivery. Just when he backs away from and punches this one to the man at deep point, and he collects a single. The score moves on to 118 for 2, with Ambris is on 2.
A quick over from Bishop there. Again, one of the assets to his bowling, in that he doesn't waste any time. He gets to the crease quickly and make sure that the batsman is constantly under pressure. Doesn't give them time to settle, to relax. Ambris in that previous over, so just struggled a bit. I think he might have probably been better advised to just stroke the ball down the ground, get the 1s and 2s in the meantime, get yourself into the crease, and then look to play the expansive shots. By all means, he is capable of playing those aggressive strokes. However, when you're new to the crease in any game, in any format, there's no harm in just taking your time to settle in, especially when your team has a solid foundation. Palmer to continue.
118 for 2, and Palmer continues there. Jeremy Ambris plays this one there, and there was a stifled call from Solozano. But as the fieldsman closed in very quickly in it indeed, and they could not be afforded that single. So you have the score remains adjusted where it was in the previous over, 118 for 2, and Palmer once more.
Flicked away nicely from Ambris into the gap. Rambaran does come around from backward square leg and picks it up nicely. Doesn't get the throw straight to the keeper, just lobs it instead, probably just resting it for a next spell. But I think what's good here is sensible field placement as well. Knowing the fact that Rambaran being a left-hander running around to that point, so when he collected it, he was able to just open his hands and throw comfortably with his left.
Yes, and these are some of the things, I mean, captains will be aware of, the left hand, right hand men, in where to place them. And sometimes you have fellas who are ambidextrous, they can throw with both hands. So at least captains, they will be aware of the strengths and weaknesses of every single player and what position he can place them in. This one is right up there from Palmer to Ambris. Ambris is coming right forward indeed and pushes it back along to where he's unable to get a single. And the score remains at just where it is at this time. 120 for 2.
I see umpire Candace Labor just looking at the crease area where Palmer is landing upon delivery and no ball being signaled. We know that in the previous over, Palmer did in fact have an issue where he stopped his run-up at that same point. So I'm just wondering if he is not fully comfortable with the landing area. A shot and pulled away from Ambris in the air, and that goes all the way for 6 runs. We were just talking about his ability to strike the ball cleanly and powerfully, and I think that delivery, as well as it being a free hit, would have given him the full.
Ambris did not miss out on it indeed. It was a free hit, so he couldn't be out. I mean, caught in the boundary, so he went for it. He threw everything at it, and it brought in just rewards. So 127 for 2. This one there from Palmer was right up there. Ambris played the drive, and there was an attempted run from both batsmen left their respective creases, but it happened that they decided against it. So Palmer is the man who is bowling this over.
And a nice quick single there from Ambris. Didn't see much of that in the start of his innings, but good to see that he is taking to the fore now. Solozano been quiet for some time, 40 from 61.
Yes, he hasn't been. He
kept off the strike.
Yeah.
And let's see what that can do, because you know, as a batsman, when you're flowing and you're getting the strike frequently and rotating, you know, the energy is pumping, the adrenaline is there. When there's a short rest period, there's no wonder what your mental state would be like. It's very difficult to be concentrating out there, which is why the mental aspect of the game is so important. Solozano is known for that, and his ability to concentrate. Struck on the pads, but no real interest from anyone else on the field. And that completes the 30th over, 128 for the loss of 2. And I will take a break at this instant and allow you still to be rejoined by Tony Gray.
At this this time, as the players change over for another over, is Tony Gray. Tony, how things have unfolded so far? I mean, having taken your rest and coming on at this time, you must have been looking and observing things that we must have missed.
Yeah, listen, I think that the academy team has shown a lot of talent there, and you want to see that. I'm impressed with the faster bowlers. I'm looking into the future, and if we get things right with them, we have a lot of fast bowlers to work with. For example, Palmer needs to be a little bit more aligned when he releases the ball, but he's got the forces there. He's got a nice approach to the wicket. But I'm impressed also with the way the Windward Islands team have gone about things, building partnerships. Solozano is still there, and the captain Ambris has come to the wicket, and he's playing well. He's finding the gaps too. So he's taken a lot of the strike, not away from Solozano, but he's taken a lot of the strike. And still he's been able to manipulate the ball. He's been hitting one or two boundaries. So it's been a good developing partnership after a good one that previously happened.
Yes, and you had maybe Solozano is telling himself, well, I need to have my captain. I need to play second fiddle to him because he's a good player. And from the moment he came in, that is Ambris, the ball seemed to be hitting a good portion of the bat. And as a batsman, once you come to the wicket and the ball is hitting the middle of the bat, you know that things will be okay for you. But this one is a sharp single indeed, a good single from the batsman. As Solozano pushes this one to, you could say, a point, and they went through for a quick single. Solo is he's on 41 from 64, and Ambris just came in. He has 12 from 17.
And you're looking at the ability again that Bishop has. He has the ability to retain concentration after coming back for the second spell at a different end this time. Got a wicket too in the process, so there's everything to like about this guy. Doesn't try too many things. He understands the nature of his bowling too. That's well played. Getting the one, looking for the second. And got to be a little bit more aggressive with the first run to create some mistakes for the fielder, but they're slowing up between the run to look for that second run.
And that is very important indeed, because I saw when Ambris took off, he kind of took off on an ambling pace, but then he realized that the ball is getting closer to the boundary. He tried to accelerate, but at that time the fieldsman closed in on the ball, and they must have changed their minds against going for the second run. But as you mentioned, Tony, it is so important that once you put pressure upon the fieldsman, mistakes will be made, and you can capitalize on having an extra run or two.
You're a former wicket-keeper, Astil. What do you think about Motara as a wrist spin bowler?
Ah, boy, but I mean, if I am keeping to him, I mean, he isn't all that difficult. He's not difficult, because from here I can read what he's doing. I mean, he's quite simple. He isn't a type as the Harold Joseph or one of those mystery men who Trinidad seem to always produce sometimes. Sunil Narayan, Mutare is quite easy to pick up, so it won't be a nightmare for me behind the wicket. But if I am keeping to a man like Sunil Narayan and Harold Joseph, who
type of bowler, normally flights the ball, doesn't give you any room. He's normally a straight bowler, but giving Ambris that ample room to play through the offside, and a good shot for 4 runs.
Exactly, and I see that the captain switched him around. Mutare, from the pavilion end, and maybe this might bring a little more luck for him. Because the skipper seemed to be switching his bowlers around, because you had Bishop from this end, he went up to the pavilion end, and now you have Mutara coming from this end.
Yeah, he's again some ample room, and you look at Ambris. He likes to play that shot. He waits on the ball. He has played it well, square of the wicket. So there's a consciousness of that, and it's being projected on the field, placing with a man at the widest short third man position and a man at backward point. They're giving him the one run because there's the man in the sweeper boundary, and they know that he's going to be looking for that. They got to change the approach and perhaps bowl him a little straighter.
Exactly, Tony. They need to really put a little more pressure upon him. Don't allow him to get a single so easily, because he's just laying back and punching it and getting an easy single. And I mean, when you have a batsman like Ambris being given such latitude or such liberty, it's only a matter of time when he decides to accelerate, then the horse may have already left the stables. But
Yeah.
we have here Mutara bowling to Solozano, who came down the wicket, as he has exhibited throughout his entire innings, and played this one straight to the man at long on. No run is in.
It's a good shot again. You've seen him play that frequently. That's good feeling by Ambaran. Excellent feeling. So they want the batsmen not to get under the ball at this point in time. Remember, there are 4 fielders outside the circle. This is the second power play, and you really don't want to flag the ball into the arc, because, as you mentioned rightly so, the outfield has dried up a bit. It's faster now, but you expect the batsmen would look to hit over the top, will look to get to the pitch of the ball and trying to hit the sixes now, because they have to try to accelerate the scoring rate now. Nice partnership being developed here. 137 for the loss of 2 wickets. A lot of batting still to come. So they don't have to play risky shots now. They play conventional shots, but they have to look to be positive here now.
Very positive indeed, because if their projective total, as we are looking at this here, at least 214, they're currently striking at 4.28. So at least they will need to really step on the accelerator during this innings. And I mean, Sunil Ambris and Jeremy Solozano, they have the tools to do that. They can take on the bowlers, and I believe somewhere along the lines they are going to be really putting the bowlers under a lot of pressure. But coming up from this end here, we have a new bowler in Akeem
Ogis, yeah.
Ogis.
It's a good shot. Now you have to look at the lesser bowlers. When I say lesser bowlers, you can't take things for granted. You can't be complacent out here, the batsman. But you have to try to target different bowlers now. The better bowlers of obviously Joshua Bishop and thing. And to work it out and to assess the opposition. These guys are young, so they've been in the sun for a while. 32.1 overs in the sun for a while. The concentration level will be dropping. If you put pressure on them, they will bowl you more and more bad deliveries. That's well played. Been impressed with Ambris, the way he has manipulated the strike. And it's not just about playing through the offside. He's played down the wicket nicely. He's worked the ball around through the onside. It's really very difficult to contain him when he is in this mood.
As Ogis is the man who is continuing his over. He's coming up to Solozano. And Solo is down the track again. This young man has a passion for leaving his crease. Every delivery he faces from the spin bowler, he's out there reaching out, getting to the pitch of it, getting there, because he knows that it's a lovely sight to when he's seen a batsman come in, leaving his crease at this time.
It's a good shot, but doesn't get a run now. Yeah, and he's played well off the back foot too, especially through the offsides, Solozano. But he's getting to the pitch of the ball. You don't see that frequently in West Indies cricket again. Great. Oh, this is a good delivery. he misread the length of that one because he was trying to get to the pitch, and he thought he got to the pitch. That's why he was going to try to work the ball through the onside, missed it completely. So playing across the line of the ball, he thought in his mind he got to the pitch of the ball, and perhaps he's having a word with the umpire. Something distracted him, and waiting for the adjustment here. We'll have to wait and see. But good delivery.
A good delivery indeed from Ogis, but Ambris, as you rightfully described here, Tony, he tried to work it on the onside. It missed completely, and immediately he got the attention of the umpire. I don't think maybe there's a. It seemed like if he wants some adjustment to the side screen indeed. And they're doing exactly that, because after that delivery, as soon as he missed it, you can see he got the attention of the umpire, and they now are doing the adjustment on the side screen to get it right for him, because he's facing up to a spin bowler, a slow bowler, and he will need to be really focused and have his attention going.
What I do at UTT when we practice at O'Meara campus, we don't have that side screen. I allow spinners in the night to bowl with the red ball, so that batsmen would have to focus on the object a little bit more. Years ago, in your days, and I'm not going to expound your age, but years ago, you didn't have side screen to work with.
No,
you focus on the object.
Not at all. I mean, the side screen was non-existent. So you had to focus on that ball. I mean, all the time, and sometimes like in the background when the sunshine is coming off the roof of some buildings. It's how we pick it up, I don't know, but it's only God alone knows. But it's very difficult. And Ambris brought the attention of the umpire, and there it is. Play resumes, and Ambris lay back on this one and pulls it down to wideish bit off for a single. So I like what I saw of Ambris on his arrival at the crease. He looked very, very confident and very, very. We all know that he's a good player. But when you arrive at the crease, he has taken charge, he has taken control, and himself and Solozano, they are building a nice partnership.
Yeah, and the thing about it, you look back at the recent past with Solozano not opening the innings for Windward Islands Volcanoes. I thought that was a grave mistake, because he has the ability to nudge the ball around, and when you look at the scorecard, he is 20-something off of 30, 22 balls or anything like that. He does have the ability to put the ball in the gap and hit the ball to the boundary. Now, he's a safe type batsman too with his temperament. So I thought that the other batsmen, Alec Antonez and Kevin Hodge and these guys who have just departed to represent the West Indies team in the upcoming Test match series against Bangladesh, I thought they should have batted lower down or with Solozano, because he is a safe batsman. He's an anchor type batsman. He's anchored the innings here, and we've seen it. We saw it in the Oval just recently, where he got to 80-something, not out. So he's got that ability, and the misconception that you have to go at the ball all the time with the power hitters, I think it's wrong. That's a good delivery from Mutara. High action, uses his height well. He's gotten a little stronger from last season, and bounce and a little bit of turn, not extreme turn.
Ambris backing away from that one that was leaving him, and he punching it square. The Fiesman run around and picks it up. They went around for 2, and Ambris has increased his total to 2. He goes on to 22 of 30. The score is 143 for 2, and we end the 34th over of the innings. Mutara is the man who is continuing the battle against Ambris.
Well, he's got one shot. He's got one shot through the offside. He's not leaning back and punching it through covers. He's going square of the wicket. The field placing is good. There's no slips in play, so he feels in his mind that he is safe playing that type of shot, late cut. And then he's looking for it again, and that's a better line. And although you got a single, that's a better line, a fuller delivery. So if you're bowling short outside the off stump for Ambris, you got to bowl it with some zip and some pace, because he has that ability just to lean back and square dab or square cut the ball.
Yes, and Mutara realizes that, and instead of having him lean back and punching, he that one came a little straighter, straight on the middle stump, and Ambris was forced to play straight back. A little, I make the adjustment to the ball. So you find Mutara now comes in now. Solozano is down the wicket and playing a big shot, but it didn't go anywhere, because I was looking for it somewhere down on this side. But yes, no run involved. Solo again, a nice sweep shot indeed.
That's beautiful to see. The way he times the ball, the way he watches the ball onto the bat, is just full of the rudiments of the game, the rudiments of batting. As we look at the position here now, it's 145 for the loss of 2 wickets after 34 overs, and the players will take a water break, and we will do it also.
and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Kesha Bahadur Singh alongside Tony Gray. And this one is sorted down the ground to long off from Solozano. He's looking to get a move on. We assume that in these last 16 overs, we are going to see some more aggressive intent from the batsman. And Hakeem August is into his second over. So Tony, your thoughts as we see Solozano using his feet and hitting that ball to the boundary for 4 runs. I was now going to ask if you think he's going to play more aggressively as well, but we have already seen the answer.
Yeah, he's obviously going to be a lot more positive. Solozano is excellent at reading the game. Again, it's not just about the skill, the technical skill, but it's about game awareness, and this is good call too. And I like the running between the wickets, but I like the calling between the wickets too. You have to be assertive and very loud, and it been very, very loud. Excellent assertive calling.
Yeah, as you mentioned that point of calling, just last night I was actually watching a video with David Warner and Usman Khawaja with them, both of them mic'd up at the crease. And that brings up the 50 there for Jeremy Solozano of 74 deliveries, 4 fours, strike rate of 67.57, and really an excellent half century from the young man.
Yes, brilliant. Brilliant the way he reads the game, his skill, the fact that he's aggressive between the wickets. All the qualities of batsmanship was shown in getting that 50. Now he has to get a century. Another landmark that he wants to achieve for not just himself, but his team.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. After reaching to that milestone of 50, he's already set. 16 overs remaining, 15 after this one. It's more than enough time for him to go into second gear and even third gear and get towards that century mark. Too many times we've seen batsmen get starts and just not carry on further, not just in this tournament, but just in regional cricket as a whole. And you would think that, you know, these batsmen need to capitalize and bat longer and deeper into the innings. Over comes to an end from August, and at this stage, 35 gone, 151 for 2.
Yes. Foundation being laid by Jeremy Solozano. Sunil Ambris has done well. Stefan Pascal, we've seen that wonderful partnership between him and Solozano. Now it's about really being positive, but intelligently so. No wild batting. Still conventional stroke making it should be had here between both batsmen. They're getting the runs. Just now you'll have less and lesser bowlers coming and more opportunity to face those boundary deliveries, but at the moment Mutara has done very well here, and we'll take that. 8.1 overs. He's not gotten a wicket, but he's gone for just 30 runs. That's a good shot. Excellent shot. Slog sweep wide of long on for 6. Excellent shot, using the breeze too. The breeze is coming from the east.
From Mutara, and Ambris gladly accepting that overpitch delivery and sorted away for 6. It's much better. Just pull it back a bit. Still maybe a tad too wide out to hide the off stump, allowing him to cut freely. But I think he just needs to bowl within that corridor of uncertainty. Granted, it's never easy, especially as a leg spinner as well. You know, you're trying to get revs on the ball, you're trying to get variations, you're trying to ensure that the ball doesn't end up as a full toss. Those are your 3 main concerns in addition to all of the other considerations.
He must not put pressure on himself though. Young wrist spinner, not easy art, not easy aspect of the game. Shane Warne comes to mind. He's in the past done it quite well. Wonderful bowler. He's now deceased. That's a good shot by Solozano. Excellent bit of fielding. That's what you want. It's coming down to crunch time, and you want the fielders to be focused and put everything into their fielding. Excellent by the young all-rounder.
Yes, that's well done by Palmer, and especially because he was called into the circle for that delivery. The pass would have gone for 4, as this one is played on the leg side from Ambris, but straight to Andrew Rambaran. And just a single, but again, lovely rotation of the strike, already getting a 6 in the over. And if you just get singles off the other deliveries, that would take you up to 11. Already 9 conceded in the over with just 1 dot ball and 1 remaining. So Solozano would favour the leg spinner. That ball turning into him, and Motara would probably look to bowl one of those googlies or top spinners to Solozano instead.
It's a good call, good run again. So the chemistry has been good between these two batsmen as we come to the end of the over. 36 overs gone, 161 on the board, and just lost 2 wickets. So a lot of wickets to come, and they will have to look to bowl the faster bowlers, and the faster bowlers at the start of the innings have not done so well. They've not been as consistent. So this is where game awareness skills will have to come into play, and the captain of the academy team will have to obviously be astute here to know which bowler to use. And you have Bishop, who is the main bowler in my opinion, the senior bowler. He's got 2 overs to go.
And as you can see from the Manhattan table, the first over, 30th over, as well as the 36th over being the premier run scoring overs for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And you can just see a slight increase within the last 5 to 10 overs in terms of the runs being scored per over. So definitely a signal of intention from this team as they look to set a big total. Lovely shot from Solozano through the gap. I think that's going to run away for 4 runs. It deserves to at the end of the day, but it doesn't, just due to that thick outfield. He does get 3 in the end. Excellent running. I think if he ran that third one hard, could have probably gotten 4 because the throw was over the head of the keeper. But the heat is blistering out there.
You've got to be careful about his lengths. Smith has that habit of bowling full. The ball is not swinging around. It's not the new ball again. And he needs to pull back the length a little bit more. He also has to bowl straight, because if you're bowling against a left-handed batsman in Solozano, we just saw it, a good length delivery. And he has that ability to drive through the cover area or straight down the wicket. So he's got to pull back the length. That's better. Excellent delivery. And what the fielders have to tell him that are close to him is, yes, do that again and again and again. Let him make the mistake. Sulan Ambris.
Yeah, and it shows the importance of having that support on the field as well. Even sometimes you see that the captain strategically places himself at that mid-off position, and that's exactly where Teddy Bishop is right now. And just had a word with the bowler. Smith probably repeated just what you said to a degree, and encouraging him to repeat that good delivery in a consistent manner. Make the batsman, you miss, I hit.
That's a good delivery again onto the turf. Now, the thing about this pitch has not gotten, worse. We've seen it in the early parts of the innings because of the traction there, the moisture there was some movement, and the bowlers could not, especially Pittman, could not control his bowling. And you look at the Manhattan, what do you call it? Manhattan. Right. Yeah.
But it's referred to as, but
right, the buildings, right?
Correct.
Right. So you look at the first over being one of the most expensive overs because it had 4 wides in that over. So now things have changed somewhat where the pitch is concerned. It's drier now. As well bowled. Just 1 run is a risky save. Oh, he's out! He is out! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant.
Excellent work there from, it seems to be Motara with the throw. And look at the reaction of Sunil Ambris. He feels it for his comrade, Jeremy Solozano, who's going along really nicely. Just got to his half century. And no batsman wants to be run out at any point of his innings, whether it's in the first Good work from Mutara with the pickup on direct hit. And, excellent innings from the young man has to come to an end, but rightfully disappointed.
Yeah, it should be, because that's a soft dismissal, because they were communicating well. The chemistry was good. They were the loud calls. We talked about that just now. We exalted them. We praised them for it. And then all of a sudden, a risky single, but excellent feeling by Mutara, picking up with one hand and rifling and hitting the stumps. So that's excellent focus fielding in a circle. And that was brought about by Smith's delivery, short of a length delivery. They were only looking for the singles. They were not going for the big shots. And that's the pressure bowling. So they synchronized nicely there, the bowler and the fielder, and they got the wicket.
And a simple thing as in 2 dot balls from Smith, which was, I dare say, 2 of his best deliveries in his entire spell, coming up prior to that wicket. So maybe just playing on the mind of the batsman. He was probably thinking, let me see if I can convert this ball into a single to release some of our pressure, leading to that call from Ambris, because it was played with sore fans in the inner circle, and Mutara is not back on the edge of the 30-yard circle. He's about halfway inside, you would say 15 yards or 20 yards. And, it is a risk at the end of the day. Sometimes you get the reward, sometimes you don't. And unfortunately, Solozano lost out on that occasion.
Another left-handed batsman, and strategically done, because Solozano was the left-hander. Just departed with that wonderful bit of feeling by Mutara. And it looks like Descartes. Yeah, he's a good player. Descartes, some experience behind him, and obviously strategically put there, because he's also left-handed, but he's played a lot of franchise T20 cricket, so he's accustomed to these kind of scenarios. That's an okay delivery, had some pace on it, a lot of shoulders there by Smith, drags that back leg. And you want to see that back leg going through, but a goodish over by Smith that created some pressure and got the wicket. At the end of the 37th over, 164 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So Mutara to continue from the spec center end. And again some hesitation. You see what 1 wicket has done, Tony. Just puts that bit of doubt in the mind of the batsman.
Yeah, via the run-out route creates a lot of problems for the batsman at the wicket. He has to now form a running chemistry with a new batsman. Look at that. He's ball watching. The new batsman is ball watching, Descartes.
Yeah, Descartes maybe coming in at this stage of the innings for some power hitting. He's known to be, as you said, a person familiar with the limited overs version of the game. Well, a couple other batsmen in the lineup who usually might have gone at this stage, number 5, but again, knowing the fact that they're coming down to the latter stage of the innings. And also the left-hand, right-hand combination. So, doesn't seem to be time in it or playing it as cleanly as you would like right now, Descartes. But early days yet, and Sunil Ambris is there to shoulder some of that responsibility as a captain. He has to lead from the front for his team, getting to 33. At minimum, he has to score 50 at this stage. And you would think, Tony, he needs to bat the entire 50 overs.
Well, he would like to. He would like to, because
he ought
now he now has to play different roles. He has to get runs or more runs to go to at least 5 runs, 5.5 runs before the end of the effort, and that's a good shot. That's a good shot. A bad delivery, short delivery. It looked to me like Mutara was trying to bowl a slower delivery, just pulling down on that one.
Delivery again, being a leg spinner, take nothing away from the young man and his ability to bowl.
At 17 years old.
Correct. You know, it's a learning curve, it's growing as well, and he has done extremely well thus far. You know, sometimes as a leg spinner, you just rush through the delivery, and that's what leads it to be pulled down and short and present an opportunity. And again, you see, because he went for a boundary in that previous delivery, try something different on this occasion. Goes for a quicker ball, which we really haven't seen from him. And now it's a wide signal. He just has to maintain his composure. The last delivery of his spell, Motara finished strongly. And that's well done.
So he's gone for 47, not too bad. The end of the over though. And the end of the 38 over, 171 for the loss of 3. Conditions to me getting slightly better for batting. The pitch is not deviating again. The ball is coming through nicely. It's a bit slow, but the batsmen generally will have to make adjustments. The outfield is now drier, so the ball is going to the boundary. So batsmen will have it slightly better, in my opinion, in the second half of this game.
And it's strange that you say that, because I also thought the same thing. However, Teddy Bishop, when I asked him at the toss, he said he would have liked to bat first. Get back to that after this delivery. Yeah, Teddy Bishop indicated that he wanted to bat first because he thought the pitch was a bit dry, and that coming to the second half of the day for the second innings, there might be a bit more turn and grip on offer for the spinners. So it interests him, because when I looked at the picture as well, I thought that, you know, the early moisture would be there for the bowlers in the first innings, and once that dries up, it looks to be an excellent surface for batting.
Yeah, we've not seen the inconsistent bunks also. It's not that the pace has changed significantly, but the bunks is still relatively good. It's a wide deliveries. So
Tried a slower one on that occasion. It seems to be Smith. I think he probably just tried to roll his hands. It was notably much less quicker than any of his previous deliveries, so trying to pull out those variations. We know that in the modern day, all of these cutters, back of the arm, off cutters. What would you have done, Tony, in terms of your variations as a prominent fast bowler?
well, we have variations in my days, and then Sir Andy Roberts expressed it the right way. We went from 92 miles an hour to 84 miles an hour. That's variation. I think that there's so much of extreme variation now that bowlers are not consistent as they need to be. That's a good short delivery. Had some pace, as an effort delivery, just getting 1 runs. But I think that bowlers don't seem to be able to consistently hold a line and length or revert to a game plan against an individual batsman if they get hit around. We saw that with Tara just now. He was overcompensating after being hit for 4. You need to get back to a game plan. And I think that Gudakesh Moti and Akil Hussain, they do it the right way. They get back to a game plan. You're playing against a human being, and you're playing against a batsman who's there to make runs. So you're going to get hit for 1 or 2 fours or 6. But you have to revert to a game plan. And that's good bowling. Into the turf. Some bonks there, so you couldn't pull the ball. Good positioning by the batsman, getting 1 run. So Ambris has been good. He's now have to take over the role of Solozano, and he's got to bat through the course of the innings and look for runs too.
And as you mentioned, that game plan, it just adds so much importance to the strategy of teams before they enter into a game. And as well as with modern technology, we have all of these analytics on display and performance analysts, people assigned to specific teams. And coming down the crease there and just launching down the ground for a single. He pushes the first one hard and comes back for the second. Neat footwork from Teddy Bishop. Looking to show his football skills, and they come back for 3 comfortably in the end. So good stroke there from Descartes. And just in terms of that strategy, Tony, we know that normally you speak about batting in partnerships, but it's also important to bowl in partnerships as well. Be conscious of the bowler on the other end and what he's trying to do, so that when you have the ball in your hand, you're bowling in tandem with your opposition partner and not just trying to bowl 60 deliveries in your own right. You have to understand the nature of the game, the flow of the batsman as well.
It's a wasted opportunity to hit that ball to the boundary. There's a man in the sweeper position, but I think that if he played it a little finer, he could have gone to the boundary with the slope that is evidently on that side. But a wasted opportunity to score off that delivery. So clearly Smith is trying to pound the ball into the turf. He's not going to give them the opportunity to get under the ball. If he goes up to the bat, he's got to bowl those Yorkers. This is heading towards happy hour. Oh, that's a good effort. That's well controlled. Probably he wanted to play it a little squarer, but he got it fine enough. And for 4 runs. So bad bowling. He's become predictable because he's bowling into the turf. He's bowling either
Yeah, but he just waited on that delivery, and it did in fact get a thick edge, but safely down to the boundary for 4. 39 gone, 181 for the loss of 3. 11 overs remaining. At this stage, the projected score 232. I think given the start that they had, Windward should be looking at 250 ideally as a minimum target to set. They do have 7 wickets in hand in these remaining 11 overs. So it's not about giving away a wicket or looking to play unnecessary shots, but essentially just continue with smart cricket and bear in mind that you also have the opportunity to increase the scoring rate.
Yeah, and the other thing here is that Bishop, the main bowler, he's got 2 overs to go. He's gone for 19 runs, 1 wicket. He's been consistent. He's been brilliant. He's been a professional out there. But remember, 2 overs to go. You'll have lesser bowlers to come. He's the most experienced bowler. And it might want to just nudge a ball around with 8 overs after this one, or 9 overs after the 2 overs that he has to bowl. 8 overs, just to see what the captain will do with him. Maybe give him 1 over and hold back 1 over strategically, because he's a key man here that holds the team together with his bowling.
And you can see already from ball 1, this is his 3rd spell, because he in fact switched ends as well. He bowled from this end as well as the pavilion end, and doesn't seem to faze him at all. He's just going through his motions, knows what he has to do, knows where he has to pitch the ball, and is consistently performing. Strays on the pads on that occasion. Not his usual line and length, but again, because of his trajectory and how quick he is through the air, doesn't really give the batsman much time to play their strokes.
You see the mind working with the skill sets. He's strategic in his field placing too. He's bowled a lot of deliveries to his field, and he just needs to put fielders in specific position. That's the way he does things. So the mind is working with the skill sets, and he's being specific out there. Excellent delivery again. So it's always about how do you play the main bowler. How do you not give him a wicket? He's got a wicket already. How do you not give him a wicket? And psychologically, it puts a lot of pressure on the fielding side if you keep the main bowler out.
Yeah, so it's about those mind games, isn't it? And even the batting side, they would know. He has 1 more over after this. They can easily just respect his 2 overs and take the attack to the other bowlers. We know Rambaran has some overs left. He has bowled pretty well also, but is slower through the air, and they might look to charge against him. And hoisted in the air, goes down to the long on region, and he touches the rope. It went for 6 runs. Oh my word. Look at his reaction. He's standing up as stern as a soldier. The only thing missing is the salute. Took the catch, but just touched the rope.
Appointment shown by Pittman.
Because it was a good catch. The ball did go high in the air, and there's a lot of cloud cover around. That white ball with those white clouds is never easy to see. And I think, as you rightfully said, momentum, because if he didn't put that foot back, he might have misstepped or fell over. And the innovation comes out, the first reverse sweep we have seen for the day. 40 overs gone, 189 for the loss of 3. What are your thoughts, Tony, in terms of those modern types of shots in the limited overs version of the game? The reverses, the scoops, the paddles, and whatnot.
Well, let's start with reverse sweep. Is reverse sweep unconventional or conventional now? When does a shot becomes conventional? Because everybody plays it now, and it's been there a long time, and it's been there for a while. So to me, I think it's a conventional shot now. The scoop is less frequently played, so I think it's unconventional. But the reverse shots now, as Antonez will play it frequently,
it's part of a batsman's usual answer.
Right, and they practice it a lot. You see it in test match cricket too, not just in white ball cricket. So
and you see it with all of the nations as well, from the England team, the Indian team. All of those batsmen look to play those shots in any version of the game.
Yeah, I think it's something that is part of the landscape of international cricket in general now, and players have to practice it because they can really dismantle the field, placing the strategic approach to captaining the side out there if you can play the reverse sweep frequently.
Dead ball signal from the umpire. I think the fielder was not ready. Michael Palmer comes back into the attack. And as you said, many of those shots have become the norm in modern day cricket. I recall listening to an interview with Athanas after he was outplaying a reverse sweeper. This is in the test match against South Africa earlier this year. He was batting so well into, I think, 70 odd, and he was outplaying the reverse sweep after they set the trap for him. Yeah, they moved the fielder, the ball right before into that short third man area, and like clockwork, Keshav Maharaj flighted the delivery. Athanas went into the reverse and he was out. And he said he practices that shot more often than some of the basic shots.
Reverse sweep, and I'll get to it after this delivery, is that there has to be a hint of premeditation to play the reverse sweep, because you have to get in a position to do that. So you are preempting thought of where the ball is going to be. You don't wait long enough to see where the ball pitches. So there's a huge element of risk other than the normal shots that we will call conventional shots.
Driven nicely from Ambris. And as you say, that I remember a comical incident from yesterday where one of the batsmen, a left-handed batsman, was trying to play one of those paddle scoops to the leg side, and he premeditated the shot so much that before the bowler even released the delivery, he was outside of the off stump trying to paddle it. The bowler saw him and pushed the ball wide outside off stump, and the attempted paddle scoop ended up going to mid-off. And it was just one of those instances where you have to laugh because there's only so much you can do in that situation.
Yeah, I tell bowlers, you got to be careful when you're bowling at the death, what a batsman is trying to do, but you can't change your thought process when you start your run-up, because that dismantles your focus and everything. You have to know what you want to bowl at the top of your mark. Of course, some bowlers have the distinct advantage and the ability, because of their genetical makeup, like Dwayne Bravo, to change their efforts with the ball in their delivery stride. That's a good delivery. And something like that we've just witnessed with this cat. Early movement is another factor. You got to wait until the bowler is in his delivery stride, then to move, because hardly likely he would be able to change what he was going to bowl. And you have to read the state of the pitch. The pitch is not bouncing type pitch. He really has to hammer the ball into the turf to get up to head height. So you can advance down to him when he's in his delivery stride, not when before that. That's 4 runs. Well, Bishop was down at a wideish fine leg position, and the other.
To move, and rightfully so. Said he couldn't get there, so I think he's now just walking to the bowling crease. Probably going to go into his final over, is it? Or are they going to keep him back for the end? I think he's going to bowl it one time, it seems.
Yeah, and this is where he has to bowl well here, keep things tight, but he has to search for a wicket because he has to dismantle this partnership. It is a lot of wickets still to come, a lot of overs still to come. And you don't check overs, you check balls here. Balls are important. So they can get up to, I would think they could get up to 260 here at the end of the innings, at least. They have to be looking for 260, which will put extreme scoreboard pressure on the young Windward Academy side.
After Bishop finishes his spell on this over, 8 overs left to go, you would think that you might see a mixture of the same pace from one end and maybe the spin of Rambaran returning from another end. Or Geese did bowl a couple overs as well, so he does have an as an option.
He's got to decide if his spin or pace is going to contain these batsmen. Because to me, they want pace on the ball to work with, so the faster bowlers might go for more runs. And this is good batting again by Ambris, just playing with the soft hands and seeking first of all that single. Good response from his partner.
Yeah, great understanding from the pair. Ball went straight to the fielder, but he took off immediately and no trouble in the end. Pulled away on the leg side into the vacant part of the field, but the fielder comes around in time to restrict them to a single. It was hit powerfully enough so that the fielder at that wideish long on could get around. If he was straighter there, would have certainly gone for 4.
So clearly the ploy is not to give Bishop any more wickets. They're going to see him off, and then they're going to play it like the T20 games. They're going to go after the younger bowlers, the less experienced bowlers.
And as a bowler, sometimes it's so frustrating when you know what the batsmen are doing. The card seems to be going aggressively, no matter who has the ball in hand, but the approach from Ambris certainly showing Bishop that respect. I'm just going to defend you, but still take a single off you at the same time.
Well, the other ploy is that Ambris saying, I'm going to bat through the course of the innings, and you take the risk. So that's another ploy you have to look at, and it's working well for them.
Yeah, well, that a bit too straight on that occasion. The fielder actually was speeding to the ball. You know, normally they say walking with the bowler. He was running in with the bowler to prevent that single.
There you go again.
Yes. Final delivery of the spell from Bishop. Completes his 10 overs. 1 for 31. 40 dots in the 60 deliveries. So really excellent from the young left-arm orthodox. And that spell comes to an end. Due respect shown from the batsman as well. And as you mentioned, the ploy, we did say a few overs ago that it would be ideal for the captain, Sunil Ambris, to bat the entire 50 and bat through. And it seems that he's taken that stance himself. Also knowing that he's approaching a 50, could be in the nervous 40s here. There's 4 more left. And again, looking at the run scoring chart, steady pillars from the 38 over onwards. And just keeping above that 4 runs and over mark.
in a circle, in a short third man position. So that's an excellent shot by this cat. He's going to go aggressively. In fact, both batsmen now, seeing that Bishop has come off the bowling. His ball is 10 overs for... outside the off stump. He's got to bowl a little straighter and want the batsman to work the ball around on the onside. But he's bowling in the slot. It's not a fast sparing Yorker. It's just a nice half volley for him to play over extra cover. Oh, a bad delivery again, a slow delivery. That was pulled savagely. So the runs are flowing now, and you see the inconsistent on line and lengths because of the poor. For 4 runs. So gotta go in and talk to him, cool him down a bit. And the captain is also very young.
And you're not really seeing much support. As you just mentioned, that no one is really going to Palmer just to give him some reassurance or, you know, some gentle advice in terms of ensuring that he pitches the ball in the right areas.
Slow ball is not working for him at all. He's got to bowl fast and straight. Make it simple for him. These young players need to have information being simplified, not too complicated. So bowl fast and straight, just short of a length. That's what it's supposed to be doing. And allow the batsman to take the risk. Don't bowl a slow balls. It's too telegraphed.
And you haven't seen him bowl any slower balls prior in his spell. So why change it at this stage? As you spoke about earlier, sometimes too many variations affects your consistency. Stick with what you know. Hard and fast. It's cut away from Ambris. And similar treatment. So he went back to that, but too short on that occasion, and given Ambris enough room, and that allows him to also reach to his half century. The skipper for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 50 or 59 deliveries. Well played by the captain.
Yeah, excellent batting by him. He came to the wicket with Solozano there, and he just took over the show. He batted some time out there, worked the ball around nicely. It was an all-round good batting display by him. And has shown the ability to play it consistently well. So the body language now of the West Indies Academy team, really negative. Guys with the hands on their hips and that sort of thing. They've got to follow through here.
And again, as we keep saying, yes, they are a young team, and yes, they might lack a bit of that experience, but take nothing away from the fact that they can still support each other. And this is where they have to learn those things, because if they are playing at this level right before they go to the senior team and professional level, they have to learn it from now, and they have to implement it in this tournament, which is the reason for their inclusion, to learn from these mistakes, to continue improving and building from strength to strength.
Yeah, I like that point because I like to see younger players under pressure to see how well they will respond to pressure. It's a wide delivery, so he's all over the shop here now. Palmer.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at, because it's easy to spoon feed, you know, for the coach or the manager from the academy to go and whisper into the ears of someone on the boundary, you need to do this, you need to do that. But you don't see that in the international level or the senior stage. And a partnership 50 from 37. This card coming in and adding to that quick run scoring. 27 from 18 at this stage. And as a coach yourself, Tony, a coach, a player, and as well as a commentator, what do you think the youngsters should do in this instance?
She's not feeling well.
Oh yeah, it looks as if
For a leg umpire.
Umpire Candice
she's
aboard.
Struggling. Yes, she needs some medical help there. perhaps feeling the effects of this really hot sun. Need some help from the medical staff, and yeah, she's not feeling well. She's looks like she's got to come off. Yeah, probably faintish.
It really is blistering heat out there, Tony. I mean, thankfully we have a bit of shade in the tent where we are situated, but you can just feel, even with the breeze coming in, it's heated breeze. You know, it's just not comfortable at all, and she doesn't seem to be doing well. I'm not too sure if she's going to continue. I don't think she should be forcing the issue. There is a reserve umpire.
Yeah, I don't think that she should be on the field if she's not feeling well. It could be something serious. We don't know. I think that she should go off the field and be checked off the field to play. For the medical staff that came on, she has different ideas, and obviously, she's coughing a bit, looks like. So this is not good news at all, because she has to make some important decisions out there. And she is, again, not looking good at the moment.
We saw the physio from Windward Islands rush on to assist her and then go back off the field. Not sure if she went to get some medication or anything specific to help her, but we do have some of the paramedics as well to the right of the screen under that tent. They don't seem to be looking to move at this stage, and I think umpire Wright has done the right thing in terms of encouraging umpire Laborde to just go off the field and take some time to recover.
Yeah, we wish her all the best, because it's not easy at all. The umpiring job, as a lot of people, well, she's going down again. She's feeling the effects of something there bothering her. She's either in some pain, discomfort. We don't know from here. We'll get the information later on, and there she goes again. So this is not good to see at all. And just to comment on the job as an umpire, it's very difficult out there. Umpires, in my opinion, are not respected enough, especially from the lower levels. They do a hard job. They have to stand in the hot sun consistently and make decisions. So it's Donnell or Danielle, Vicky Danielle, that is coming on now, the third umpire, to replace Wright.
Candice Laborde.
Candice Laborde, you said Wright.
Chris Wright,
Chris Wright,
the umpire.
Yeah.
That's why I said Chris Wright did the right thing to encourage her to go off.
I thought you were okay. Well, she's got to be taken off the field and seen to, because this could be serious. Where are the medics?
Well, we are now seeing one of the medics in the white long sleeve trying to assist her, but as you rightfully said, I think they do have a stretcher and they are now trying to mobilize it, but could have been done much earlier. I think even in the state that she is in, it's not easy for her to walk off the field and even be escorted. The stretcher is now being mobilized, maybe a bit delayed at this stage. And she's down again at the boundary.
It's a rare occurrence to see an umpire go off the field. She's dizzy, and she needs some coconut water to put back some electrolytes.
I really wish her all the best here, umpire Candice Laborde. It's not a good sight for anyone in a sporting facility, player, coach, umpire. Just putting some cold water and a towel around her head, just try to cool down from that heat.
Yeah, and that note, I don't want to be too critical, but umpires themselves have to be very fit, because it's a really taxing job being an umpire. On the highest level, they have checks, physical checks, and that sort of thing. Their eyesight checked, and their fitness level have to be up there. The best umpires, the best officials in any sport are those who are very, very fit. But it's not what's seen here at Spec UE. with the umpire being taken off, struggling a bit, and we wish her all the best.
Yeah, definitely wish her a speedy recovery. Umpire Candace aboard. She's known to be a trooper, probably the reason why she didn't want to come off initially.
Right. She's dedicated to her job.
Yeah.
Right, so I have to get back to the cricket. As soon as she leaves the field,
I think she's just
and,
still.
we'll be praying for her.
We just got a thumbs up from the field on the boundary, indicating that she's just past the boundary ropes. And she's on her way to receive treatment. Best wishes for a speedy recovery. Some pile aboard. And we're ready to resume the action. 2 deliveries left in the over from Palmer. This car driving nicely into the offside. That goes for 1. There's enough to push for the second.
What it does, it gives the opportunity for the academy team to have a discussion, that break there for the medical attention to be given to the umpire that left the field. So it gives them the opportunity to regroup and to come with a different game plan. Palmer has to bowl full here. If he's bowling full, he's got to look at the Yorker. That's 1 run, yeah. So he's got to be looking at just giving away 1 run rather than 4 runs or 6. So that's the end of the over. And it's now 216 for the loss of 3 after 43 overs. 7 more overs to go. I have 2 more overs to in this spell. I went for a long spell initially of 20 overs, and then
I know we have to bring you at the death with your death bowling expertise.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'm trying. And then Captain Astel Wren will return with 5 overs to go.
You can see him warming up in the background. Just getting ready for that spell.
So it looks like Pittman, Kelvin Pittman. Remember, he started off not too good with a new ball, and he will have to start from ball 1 to bowl straight here. Mix it up a little bit. It's a T20 scenario, and he's bowling at the death here with 7 overs to go. So his mindset has to be positive here now. No nonsense, but also industrious type of attitude. It's a good ball, good delivery, extra protection, and Motaro coming out the boundary very quickly on the onside. It's a good delivery. Can go for 6 runs and over here with the singles. Not allow them to get under the ball. This cat has that ability to get under the ball, to hit over the top. And he will be looking to drive through the offside where the breeze will take the ball to. So he wants to bowl straight here. Bring all the modes of dismissal into play. Oh,
it's a beautiful shot there from this cat. Coming down the wicket and treating the fast bowler with no respect. How would you feel if that shot was played against you?
And that bowler bounce or beat. Wicket, but he's giving himself some room outside the leg some to play through the offside. There's where he's strong. So you've got to be bowling at the stumps. And again, not giving him that room. And you know, there's no pace on the ball now. It's a soft ball. It's an old ball. It's a 43 overs old. 43 overs old means that it's an old ball. It's not going to move around off the seam. So you've got to be bowling straight here. And straight at the stumps, just short of a length. Let him play the faulty shot.
And now it's a wide. So again, that boundary just throwing him off his line and his length. And Pittman, we know that he did struggle early in the innings. In fact, his first over And the first over of this batting innings went for 10 runs, and majority of those were in fact wides. So Pittman has struggled a bit in terms of his line. Too many wides for a young fast bowler. Do you want to improve on that? And it's hoisted over the leg side. Looks like it goes all the way for 6, and it does. Umpire Vicky Daniel now raising her hands outstretched. And that one flew like a bullet, Tony.
That's an excellent shot. And helped him wrong for 6 runs
as you
against the
mentioned,
breeze.
the wrist earlier as well. You saw the wrist in play there in terms of how quickly he was able to play that shot. He almost seemed it to be like Rishabh Pant in that instance.
Rishabh Pant, excellent batsman. He's come back from adversity, real adversity, near that situation, and to come back from that level of fitness. Lost some weight, but India not doing so well.
It's really shocking when you see India not performing as they are expected to, but it shows you cricket is played on the day itself, no matter the names on the team sheet, and no matter the reputation prior. You have to play on the game. You see, Descart was looking for 2, and Ambris probably just also a bit fatigued at this stage. Been out there for quite some time. 62 deliveries faced.
Well, he's got to be very careful of how he bowl in the shorter ball, because you have a man in the short third man position for Descart, and he could uppercut the ball over that guy for 4 runs. So not a good shot, working the ball around. So you see again, Sunil Ambris has said, Descart, you go after the bowling, I will see things through here. So it's gone up to 5.25 runs and over. So definitely good acceleration at the end here. I want to get up to what, 6 runs and over at the end.
Yeah, it's still 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Most important.
So shots galore by Descart. Well played. Straighter ball, although it was short. Didn't have a lot of pace on that delivery, but well played.
I like the intelligence as well from Descart. 44 completed, 231 for the loss of 3. As you can see, he mixed a lot of his aggression with those quick singles, and I know we keep mentioning it, but that's a positive thing, because we keep talking about the running between the wickets and the ability to turn dot balls into singles, put pressure on the fielders, and you can see the effect it's having out there. I mean, imagine even mentally, you can think about the West Indies Academy feeling 50 overs in this heat and then having to go for a quick lunch break and come back out to bat. You know, the batsmen for the Windward Islands have to ensure that they put as much pressure as they can on them, even scoreboard total pressure, and make it a daunting task when they have to chase. And that's 4 runs. We were just waiting to see, because initially it seemed to be going straight to the fielder, and Descart did take off running as if it was just going to be a
The ball went into the rope, so bad feeling again. And you mentioned that the concentration levels will surely drop here now with the younger players. And it's a good shot, looking for,
and it's 4 again.
4 again. Looking for 1, I thought it was 1, but it hit the ropes again.
But similar to leg, but he is very fine indeed, not wide enough to have prevented that.
And remember, this is what, their 7th game and the accumulative effect over a 7-game period will also take effect now. That's a good shot. But Mutara has shown good fitness level, good concentration, brilliant in the field, and brilliant with the ball too. Showing his partners on the field how it should be done with the energy levels. So the senior players will have to say, come on guys, let's keep going, let's keep concentration, let's push it to 50 overs, come on, let's do it. It will build them for the future.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thing is, you would think the youngsters should be at a higher level of fitness. You know, some of the guys from the other teams have a bit of age on them, into that 30 to 40 bracket. But some of these youngsters are between that 17 to 21, 20. Well, we know the academy is under 23. But some of them you think should be approaching their peak level in terms of their fitness. But they seem to be wearing out a bit in the sun.
You think so? You think that, I mean, there must be a certain age that you really peak where fitness is concerned, perhaps about 28. I think it's the other way around. I think that if you're accustomed to the sun, if you're accustomed to the experience of staying out there, playing 4-day cricket, this is supposed to be easier. The 50 over cricket is supposed to be easier. So I think senior players are supposed to achieve a certain degree of hardness, a certain degree of mental stamina, strength and fortitude, and a certain degree of fitness level. I mean, the older guys, you know, into the mid-30s, you might have to be protective. That's a good try by Bishop, moving quickly to his left, retrieving the ball and trying to hit the stumps down. But this cat has reached his 50. Excellent 50. In the context of the innings, that's exactly what you wanted from him of a 27 deliveries. So he's now on what, 55? Excellent batting by Descartes.
Yeah, Descartes getting to his 50, 28 deliveries, 6 fours and 2 sixes. A very healthy strike rate of 178. And as you mentioned that too, the spot on in terms of the comparison. The reason why I made that reference is because I was just thinking of my own self. When I was younger, I could have probably lasted the sun out there. Right now, I don't think I could probably last one over.
But you're a lawyer now, so you're just sitting down in an office and making decisions.
Correct. The playing days are behind me. I still play for the enjoyment of the game, but not at the professional level. So granted, if I was out there in one of those matches, I would be calling for at least 3 to 4 water breaks. And I'm sure my companion would definitely agree with me, Mr. Astel Wren.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, KB. Well, we are in the closing stages of this. This is the happy hour now. The happy 5 overs now, and we really see how the Windwards they went about their task, went about this innings. They are now 243 for 3. They just lost 3 batsmen, and they have really went about it in a fine way indeed, led by their skipper, Ambris. And before him, you had an excellent innings from Jeremy Solozano, and also from Pascal indeed. And now the man who's finishing up things for them is Descartes. And Descartes pulls this one around. This one is short from Pittman. They went through for that single indeed. So the score pushes on to 244 for 3 as we come down to the closing stages of this innings. They should get about 260 if they continue, or a little more than that. So it's a good surface to bat on. It's a good outfield to really defend a total like that. But let's see how Pittman. Ambris pushes this one right back to the man at mid-off, Whitish mid-off, and there's no run. Ambris is the man, the captain who was dropped his anchor. He have decided that he will see things to the end, and he allowed Descartes, who came in and played a whirlwind innings indeed, a really crack of an innings. He got to his 50 in just 27 deliveries, clubbering 6 fours and 2 sixes. So he meant business. This one from Pittman, and Ambris cut this one down. It may go all the way to the fences. 4 more. Nice shot indeed. This one was short outside the off. Ambris lay back, played his favorite, one of his favorite shots, and he
to free his hands at it, but in fact just played it from just outside of the off stump, and again using his wrists in a quick manner, bat speed to full effect there. And Pittman has really struggled. I think all of the pacers, in fact, for the West Indies Academy have struggled today. Pittman, Palmer and Smith thus far. And easy singles for the Milking. The thing with pace at this stage, Astel, is that it's so much easier to score runs off. You know, many times in the death, people think you go to pace rather than your spinners, because if you go to spinners, you're just setting up yourself for the batsman to take charge and to go for the boundaries. But with the pacers, it's also a gamble. And yes, the pacers bowl a lot of cutters, a lot of slower deliveries, and it just goes to show you that once there's more pace on the ball, the quicker it comes, the quicker it can go to the boundary as well.
That's right, KB, because the ball comes onto the bat, and most batsmen, they in the lower order batsmen, love the ball to come onto the bat. Pittman again, and this one is pulled around by this card. He'll just get a single for that one, as the score moves on to 249 for 3. And as you rightfully point out, most captains go for the pacers, go for the medium pacers in the closing stages, but the ball it gives the batters a chance to really wait on it and play a hit through the line. And once you can hit through the line but consistently, then the runs will come wherever they will come.
And another wide here from Pittman. He really has struggled today in terms of the amount of wides in his spell. It's something that, when looking back on this game, surely you'd want to improve. Coaching staff will be taking note of it as well. Need to cut that out of his game immediately. If you're going up to the senior level and professional level, there should be no wides, ideally. If 1 or 2 happen because of trying a variation or errant delivery, that's fine, but not at this frequent stage.
As Pittman bowls this one to Ambris, Ambris just comes forward and plays it, and they take a comfortable single. Very comfortable indeed. Ambris moves on to 62, and discard. He's a man who has been really taking on the bowlers here. He's on 52 of 30 deliveries, 252 for 3, and they're looking good in the 46 overs. So after this, so at least we have 4 more overs to go at the completion of the Windward Islands innings. Having won the toss, if you have just joined us, wherever you are, the Windward Islands captain, he called correctly, and they have decided to take first strike. They pushed the total on after 46 overs to 252 for 3. Good scores coming from Pascal. Maloney was Pascal's partner. Pascal did a very good job indeed. Maloney added to the total, and then you had Jeremy Solozano, is the man who came and scored a half century. And the 2 batsmen are at the wicket right now. The skipper Ambris and discard both have hit half centuries. So the Windward Islands, they're sitting quite pretty well as we come down to the closing stages of this innings indeed. And the man taking up the attack is Smith.
Yeah, and from the batting perspective, from the 43rd over to now, within the last 3 overs, the team has been scoring between 8 to 10 runs and over. So showing that signal of intention to increase and accelerate in these last few overs. And as we mentioned, the wides from Pittman previously as well, to note 23 extras in the innings, the bowling innings that is, from the West Indies Academy, with 17 wides. And again, not a good sight for any cricket team. I'm sure these youngsters would want to improve on that. It's the last game for them in this tournament, but part of that academy training for the year. And Smith is hoisted in the air but goes safe to the fielder down at that deep mid-wicket area. And a good catch taken in the end. So Descartes has to go. And you can see just how muted the celebrations are. The players, I think, unable to
and really took the bull by the horns. He shook things up. But this is a young team, a young West Indies academy, and it's a learning process for most of them. When you got to realize that some days you will have days like these where the sun will be extremely hot and you'll be up against it, but you got to learn how to cope in this type of heat and cope against batsmen who really of their highest caliber. And at least you had two men out there who were really doing well. This skipper Ambris, he has some West Indies experience, and Descartes, well, he is up to that level, that regional level. So you find that they have taken on the bowlers, and some of them were quite, the questions were asked of them, and some of them came up short.
And a good catch taken out there by Rivaldo Clark, it was, on the boundary for the West Indies Academy. New batsman coming to the crease, Dylan Douglas, has been very impressive for the Windward Islands Volcanoes in this tournament, the wicketkeeper. Played some magnificent innings, first innings notably getting into the 90s, and then was unfortunately run out, but known to be a powerful striker of the ball, also in the top 5 in terms of the most sixes in the tournament. And no better time for him to come to the crease with just 3.3 overs remaining. Sure, he'd want to play an important cameo for his team.
And the projected score at this time, because they are striking at 5.46, they are looking at 273 if things go to plan. So I mean, Dylan Douglas will be looking to really set to keep that plan on course towards that total. Smith is the man who is bowling to skipper Ambris, who took a fresh guard. I wonder why he took a fresh guard at this time, but when batsmen take fresh guard at this time, they mean that they want to be around for quite a long while.
Or for all you know, it could be that he's changing his guard and looking to go into a more aggressive open stance as well. Sometimes you see these players taking that leg stump guard closer to the end of the innings because they're just trying to give themselves enough room to play that shot. And you can see on that occasion Ambris getting a brisk couple of runs. Sure, he'll be feeling the heat as well. But at this stage, he definitely needs to play those attacking strokes.
256 for 4 in the 47th over. Oh, quite a slowish, a short one, but was quite slow indeed. And Douglas Ambris tried to pull it around, missed completely. I think he played too early as the ball went through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah. So it's 256 for 4, 256 for 4.
Slower delivery from Smith. Started off as a full toss and just dipped into lower.
Yes, and Smith asked something of the umpire. I mean, he said, "Umps, I mean, what is happening there?" But we all knew it seemed like it was going on. Move very slowly indeed to their respective positions. we are in the 48th over. 47 gone. 48, 47 gone. We have
So 3 of us left to go. We know that we did have a slight interruption with umpire Candace Aboard having to just get some treatment or feel. But despite that, it must be said that the over rate just seems to be dragging at this stage.
yes, especially this over indeed. I mean, the players took quite a while to get into their respective positions before the over can get started, and it tells that they are feeling the heat. They're the young players. They're guys who are learning the trade, so they need to really step it up a little.
And just to add to that, we haven't seen any signal from umpire Vicky Daniel on that occasion, but we did mention in the last over 23 extras with means that you have to repeat the delivery. So on 17 occasions, they would have had to bowl the delivery again, leading to 17 extra deliveries already in the innings, almost 3 overs. Most of the wides also coming off of the faster bowlers with the longer run-up and longer return time to their crease. I'm sure our fellow commentator Tony Gray wouldn't have bowled any wides back in his day.
It's now 258 for 4, and I mean, you are having when you have 17 wides, 17 balls to be completed to be bowled over. That is roughly that's roughly over 2 overs. 2 more to your ready 50, which you are carried to bowl your stipulated amount. So you have Smith. Pittman is the man. This one was right up to Douglas, and he just pushes that one back to the bowler, you could say. And Pittman takes his long walk back, his cool time to get back to his mark.
I think that's the only thing cool right now, Astil. Definitely not with the heat and the weather around here.
This one was hammered into the ground by Pittman there, and Dylan tried to really dispatch it, didn't really get hold of it, and the ball just went back slowly back to the bowler. So it is a quite a quiet moment indeed. This is supposed to be the rush hour, but this over seemed to be where we are stuck in traffic. A big hit indeed from Dylan. This will carry all the way. I see Bishop is looking on as the umpire raises her hands to signal it's a maximum there from lifts it clean over the boundary row for 6. So that takes a total of 264 for 4. And we see Pittman is down on his haunches. And maybe he's not feeling well. He is also feeling the heat and feeling the heat, having spent the whole day outside there. The umpire, Vicky Daniel, has moved down to Pittman to inquire what is happening. And 2 of his teammates are also there. She has signaled to the dressing room, to the medics. They are coming on. And this is the second person we see going down on the field of play, KB.
Yeah, we're just looking at the weather conditions. It's actually 31 degrees at this stage, but based on the humidity level, it feels like 35 degrees out there. And you can see the impact it's having on the officials, the players, and the game in general in terms of the delays, as well as the fact that in between, players just taking a bit extra long to get back to their marks and to their fielding positions because of the excessive heat on display. So it's one of those instances where you have to be cognizant. I mean, they are youngsters, and as Tony made an excellent point before, they may not be as seasoned as those other campaigners who play the 4-day version and who play cricket in the hot sun for lengthier periods. So these youngsters probably more accustomed to that, maybe a maximum 2-day format or 3-day format at most, and just this limited overs where a game is finished in, matter of a few hours. So to be out here, and from early this morning we had an on-time start at 9 a.m. and going into what is also notable, Astel, it's midday. And you know that the midday heat at times is the most intense. So 20 minutes to 1 at this stage, and within the last hour we have seen the umpire needing treatment and Pittman on that occasion, but he's good and ready to resume bowling. Hoisted in the air from Douglas, goes down to the fielder, coming off that deep mid-wicket boundary, and he takes a comfortable catch. Zishan Motara, and I think the players are probably too tired to celebrate at this stage as well as the...
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, was the end of Douglas as he made his way. The score is now 264 for 5. There are 2 overs to go. That was the end of the 48th over, and as you mentioned, the players, there wasn't much celebration indeed, because when you get rid of a man who was threatening to take things to take things up, to pull things away from you, then you expected the players to be a little more played with a little more gusto. But we are coming down to the end of the innings, and the sun, the heat, the humidity is having its toll on players and the umpire and the officials. So we see the new man in is Ryan John. He joins his captain, who's on that's Ambris. That is, he's on 65 from 74 deliveries, and we have 2 more overs to go. That was the end of Pittman's over. Quite a long over indeed, but he picked up a wicket in his last delivery there. So Smith will be the man coming from the pavilion end, and he will be bowling in it to the skipper Ambris. Ambris just works this one around for a comfortable single, and he has signaled from very early indeed that he will be the man who will see this innings through. He would like to be walking out there with NOT by his name, not out, and seeing his team to the total in which he would have foreseen before he came to the crease. He would have had a total in mind, and now they are 265 for 5, which is quite a good total indeed, as Smith is the man who is bowling to Ryan John. And John drives him straight back along for a comfortable single. The batsmen are walking a single. At this time of the day, sometimes they are much more faster than that, but they have decided to walk the single indeed, because everyone is at a walking pace at this time.
Yeah, it's almost at a pedestrian pace in terms of the entire gameplay.
Smith again, and this time he's bowling to Ambris. Ambris, just as he did on so many occasions, just comes out and plays it for a comfortable single, which takes the total to 266 for 5. Ambris is on 66. He has faced 75 deliveries.
And I see a no ball signal there from the umpire, and that would also lead to a free hit. So cardinal sin committed from the fast bowler.
Yeah, at this stage of the innings, I mean, to bowl a no ball is really a cardinal sin, because you have given the opposition a free hit, and in this heat, a free hit it means a lot. I think some of his teammates will not be too pleased with him.
And it's a slow delivery, well executed from Smith. Ball did dip. right before Ryan John, and he was unable to get any clean connection in striking that ball. So it remains a dot ball. The best result for the bowling team on that free hit.
Yes, and I think Smith may be quite pleased that one of the fieldsmen didn't have to go and pick it up on the boundary rope or on the side screen, because it was a free hit, and he will be pleased with that delivery. I think Ryan John will not be too pleased with it. He wanted it to get maximum reward for his shot, for his efforts. Good delivery again from Smith, just outside the off stump. John is trying to really bang this one back past him. Didn't get hold of it. The ball just went back to the bowler, and there is no run. The score remains on 268 for 5, and we're in the 49th over.
So they have passed that 260 mark. Just some 8-hour deliveries, legal deliveries remaining in the innings. If they can look to get at least 16 to 20 runs additional. Oh, and it's a drop catch. It was struck quite powerfully from Ryan John, and Smith had to go down low in his follow through, which is never easy to do, and most times
to make the adjustment. Once you stick out your hand, the ball has to stay there. It has to stay in hands, and then you will be comfortable. But otherwise than that, it is extremely uncomfortable for the fast bowler sometimes to take a return catch, and that one was just an example of it. Smith, this one was outside the off stump, but Ryan John tried to hit it, tried to go through, make extra cover, missed completely. It went through to the wicketkeeper, and that's the end of the over, the end of the 49th over. We are now in the final 6 deliveries of this innings, and the score has moved on to 268 for 5.
not a bad over there from Smith, just conceding 4 runs in it, and at this point in the innings, you would consider that to be excellent by any team standards, conceding less than a run a ball within the last final 5 overs, where the batsmen are usually looking to play much more aggressively. But we have seen a change in the nature, at least for this specific game. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are just playing their strokes in a comfortable manner, looking to rotate the strike. Ryan John has tried a couple big heaves since he has been at the crease but not connected, and so did Ambris. Just wonder if this being the final over with Michael Palmer coming back into the attack. I think he has full license to go guns blazing here. And again, he just looks to milk back into the leg side for a single. So it could it possibly be that Ambris set a personal milestone to just bat himself and come not out at the end of this 50?
Well, I mean, from his body language, from the way in which he has approached this innings in the closing stages, you can say that he has set his mark to be walking out there, not out at the end of the innings. And he has played a fine innings indeed, a good innings to be on 68 at this time, and really shepherding his team towards this total of 269 for 5. So he has laid down in his mind he will just be a supporting act.
And he leaves the heavy hitting for the likes of Ryan John, who hoists this one over the leg side for 6 runs. Motara just had to retrieve the ball, couldn't really get anywhere close to it.
As you mentioned, KB, to be hit, and Ryan John give it the treatment.
Goes straight down the ground this time, but there is protection. John just clearing that front leg on each delivery and giving himself room to play those shots. 3 deliveries left for Ambris. 276 for 5. And they get up to that 290. That's a majestic looking drive, but straight to the fielder, and they just ambled through for a single. Ambris, I think he wanted 4 from that shot. He was visibly disappointed that it went straight to the fielder. And if it went either side of the field, that very well could have sped to the boundary. Protection at long off and at deep cover, but none in that vacant gap.
It was well timed indeed, and a speed flowing drive that should have brought more.
So last delivery of this innings. Ambris on strike. 69 from 78 deliveries, 278 for 5. The total, will he be looking for a boundary? And that is the most shocking last delivery I have seen for a team batting first in a limited overs game, Astil.
Yes, indeed. Ambris, like I said before, his body language told us exactly what he was about. He wanted to be there in the end. At the end of his innings, he remained at the end to be knocked out at the end with a well played innings indeed. But at least they would have maybe 10 or 12 more runs. But it's a good total. It's a very good total indeed. 278 for 5 or 50 overs. It means that the West Indies Academy will have a challenging score to go at, and I think that the Windward Islands batsmen, they did pretty well. I mean, having won the toss, they started off quite slowly indeed, building an innings throughout, averaging at least 3 point, striking at 3. Then they went at 4 and they finished at 5. It means that they kept on that progression, and they remained on 278 for 5, and it will be a total in which will give the West Indies Academy some getting.
Yeah, and definitely. So just to give you a recap of the scorers, the top scorers for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Stefan Pascal, 47 from 74, Jeremy Solozano, 55 from 77, and Sunil Ambris, the captain, not out, 69 from 77, as well as a blistering innings from Shadrach Descartes, 52 from 31. In the bowling department for the West Indies Academy, Kelvin Pittman, Joshua Bishop, Renikio Smith, and Andrew Rambaran, all with 1 wicket apiece. And 278 for 5 the total. Note that there was a run out as well in the wickets column, so that accounted for the 5th wicket. And as Astil said, we look forward to the run chase from the West Indies Academy. It will be interesting to see how they approach this innings. And as the players take a lunch interval, we'll take a break in the commentary booth as well and rejoin you with live coverage shortly.
Okay, and welcome back to the Super 50 action here between the Windward Islands and the West Indies Academy. Well, we have seen the completion of the first innings. This is the second half of the tournament. We see the Windward Islands, they made a pretty good score of 270 plus for 5, and the West Indies Academy, they will start the reply. Their reply is supposed to be a really, really good one for us to look at and to gauge to see where they have reached in their development, because during their stint in the field of play, there were some missteps a little here and there. But this is a young developing team, and when you look at the total, Ambris was the man who led the scoring, but their skipper, the Windward Islands, on 69, John made 9, and they were 278 for 5 at the conclusion. But we have seen the start of the reply by the West Indies Academy, the man who taken up the attack here for the Windward Islands. Let's see, as there is a quick single here taken. The score, they have got things rolling on the board, so they mean business. It is a nice day for cricket, but we're looking on to our straight ahead, and we're seeing some dark clouds, some coming into this play. But we hope that it will stay away as the action continues here. Teddy Bishop and Akeem August, August are the men. Auguste are the men who are opening the batting. I should have been able to get that name right, Auguste, because I have so many friends with Auguste. And then you have Asif Hooper is the man who has started the attack for the Windward Islands. The score has moved on to 2 without loss, and accompanying me at this time to the start of this innings is no other but the West Indies, former West Indies legend fast bowler Tony. Great Tony, you are opening the attack at this time. It should bring back memories to you.
Yes, good afternoon to you. Still good afternoon to our listeners and viewers out there. It seems that this side, this team is going to be a daunting task for our young players from the academy. The score of 297, which is a huge score by any means. I'm trying to remember if any team reached 300 runs in this year's tournament. I don't think so.
No, not that I can recall, Tony. I think team scores, but we see there a nice shot indeed from Auguste as they pick up 2 quick runs indeed. They made a brisk start indeed. They seem to be businesslike in this reply, because this is what you need when you are facing a total of such magnitude. You need to have a positive attitude, a positive approach. As Hooper is the man who the left arm spin of Hooper, he just bowling to Auguste, and Auguste just pushed this one around for a comfortable single. The score goes on to 5 without loss in the first over. This is the completion of the first over. It's 5 without loss. Tony, what do you make of it so far, from what you have seen so far?
Well, I think they, as you mentioned, they have to be positive, and positive meaning that they have to look for runs. Play it as you see it. The runs will come. They don't have the pressure of wanting to qualify again for the semi-finals, so that's off their young shoulders, so they can play a bit freer. But obviously they want to do well, and doing well as it pertains to the batting is to score runs, and it's not 50. You want your first 5 batsmen, 6 batsmen, 7 batsmen to be thinking about getting 50s or more. But we have to look at the conversion. This pitch is much better now because it's not fluctuating in movement. It's going to come through nicely. It's a bit firmer now, and they can play their shots. They can play through the line of the ball. It's not really fast, but you're not going to get that lateral movement from the faster bowlers or the spinners.
Yes, indeed, Tony. I mean, you made a very, very potent point there, because the batting team, the West Indies Academy, they are not in the runnings to be among the top 4. So their players can settle down in their minds and just go out and perform. Do your best. I mean, play under normal conditions without any pressure at all. And that is what they will need to really to go after this total. If they are to make a challenge of it, they need to be settled in their minds that they need that. We see there's
No ball
a no ball
and a free hit.
and a free hit indeed. So Keon Gaston is the man who has transgressed. This is his second delivery, and a free hit has been awarded to the West Indies Academy. Let's see what happens here. And coming out of that episode is just one run indeed, as Teddy Bishop is the man who took that quick single there to take the score to 7 without loss.
Well, the West Indies Academy bowled 25 extra deliveries, and that's not good at all. Or they went for 25 extras, right? So that was a lot of extras, a lot of wides, a lot of no balls. They had some free hits, and you don't expect this from the Windward Islands Volcanoes, because they're older, they're stronger, their point of delivery physically stronger, and they're much more experienced. So you expect them to perhaps bowl 1 or 2 wides, but not the amount of extras that we've seen from the academy. And they will be aggressive, verbally aggressive too, because the perception is that when you're playing against younger players, you can put them off easier by verbalization of distractions now.
Yes, indeed. That was a good delivery from Keon Gaston there. That was fended off the body for a single. And this take the score up to 8 without loss. We end the second over. But Tony, but how do coaches go about to work on that problem of getting the players not to transgress so many times when it comes to the no ball and the extras? I mean, that because that adds to the total. But you can answer that after this delivery. Gaston right on target indeed, and the man, the batsman there coming right forward, making sure that everything is behind it, and there is no run.
Well, one of the things that you want to do with fast bowlers, for example, is simulate the jump before and then mark off your run. We did that years ago, all right? So we would jump at the crease to simulate the delivery stride. But these guys don't do that again. A lot of them, they measure with a measuring stick or tape, and that's not simulating the jump. So Shannon Gabriel, for example, he measured his run-up with a measuring tape. And to me, I think that was wrong. And that's why he consistently bowled no balls over the years. But it's an individual thing, so you have to understand certain things as the coach. The deliveries run-up, for example, you have to have consistent stride patterns. And also, you have to look at where the back foot is landing in relation to the bowling crease. If you have a huge delivery stride and it's close to the bowling crease, obviously you'll go over. So there needs to be some adjustment, but these things have to be practiced all season, so that when you reach the competitive stage, which is like now, you don't work on those things. You have to work on where you want to pitch the ball.
Well, there we see there was a single taken there as Gaston bowled on the leg stump, and it was tickled around there by Auguste. This one indeed, another delivery again down the leg side with some pace indeed, but ill-directed. The keeper was forced to go to his left to bring out the save, and there is one more added to the total. So. The wides continue to add up. The extras column is increasing, but let's see how this much more experienced Windward Islands team will cope with that, and how the captain will really regulate things on the field of play. As Keon Gaston is a man, he is in his he has bowled five deliveries so far, 6 deliveries so far, and he has to. A wide has been included in that, so you'll find that it takes a toll on you, the bowler, too, because when you have to go and bowl 2 and 3 extra deliveries, it really takes a toll on your conditioning. But Gaston is the man who is doing duty at this time.
Yeah, and you want bowlers, the faster bowlers, to be conscious of what they're doing at the point of delivery. Like, for example, right hand, left hand combinations, for example. You have, you want them to do different things when they're releasing the ball. You want them to be conscious of when they're releasing the ball too. So if you release the ball too early, you bowl fuller leg deliveries. If you release it too late, you can bowl short deliveries. So there needs to be a consciousness. And I guess when you look at Sir Curtly Ambrose and these guys like Michael Holden, they had the perfect run-ups to suit their physical makeup, and then the release points would have been close to their head, and that's why they got the consistency. So bowlers have to understand, and they have to be students of the game and understand the release points as related to their individual efforts at the crease.
So we see the action continues with the spin from the pavilion end. And this time, Hooper has decided to go between the umpire and the stumps. Before that, he started just over the wicket. And now he's bowling between the umpire and the stump around the wicket. This is a strategy which he is introduced. He's trying to get the batsman to work on a different angle. A lovely shot indeed. This one was up to the bat there, and Bishop played a lovely shot indeed. It all went all the way to the boundary, although there was a brilliant effort by the fieldsman trying to boundary there indeed. Good effort. The score moves on to 15 without loss. As if Hooper is the man bowling around the wicket between the umpire and the stumps, and the same shot and same delivery, it was pitched in the same spot, and he executed the same shot. So I know of a captain who would have turned to him and said if he loved the shot. But over the wicket to between the umpire and the stumps hasn't brought anything positive, but that brought up 2 consecutive boundaries. And I believe Ambris will not be too pleased with that, or he may tell him, I want you to go back over the wicket. But he has maintained his position, and let's see what happens again.
Well, he's got to be disappointed with that shot because he played 2 lovely shots for 4 each. And Teddy Bishop has shown that he can play through the cover area. He's a good driver of the ball. He's a tall man. He could be about 6'2", and he will reach out to those deliveries that are flighted up. This is the better delivery from Hooper. Now Hooper bowls from a lower trajectory, and he bends that front leg to even bowl from a lower trajectory. So most of those deliveries will slip through rather than bounce and turn. So that's why it's so pleasing for Bishop to come forward and drive through the cover area. See, he's bowling into the turf. He's not going to turn the ball a lot because he's not flighting the ball, and there's no turn there for the spinner. So this is a better batting track at this point in time of the game than previously seen at this venue during the course of the tournament. And that's the end of the over. The first 3 overs have departed and 20 runs on the board, so it's a good start.
Excellent start indeed, and 2 lovely shots there by Teddy Bishop. As you mentioned before, he's a tall man. He put the left foot forward and he went through with the drive. But I noticed that Hooper, he bowled over the wicket to the left-handed batsman, and when he was bowling to Bishop, he went between the umpire and the stump. Does it have any big difference in that? Any variation when you decide to change as a bowler bowling over the wicket and then going between the umpire and the stump, Tony?
Yes, it can have a big difference. The distance will be different, but the angle, he's trying a different angle, and that's to try to mesmerize the batsman, but he's not doing a good job because the wicket is not turning. So the important thing, you have to develop a wharf attrition and the ability to play in boring parts of the game, and this is the boring part of the game the fielding team would hope, where batsmen can put the ball to the boundary. So he has to bowl the ball into the turf and not allow, especially Bishop, who has shown the ability to play the drives, those fuller length deliveries outside the off stump. Oh, that's a wide delivery. So these guys are not keeping their wrists behind the ball. Again, this is indiscipline. You expect some degree of, they're not perfect. They're human beings. Some degree of bad deliveries here and there. But this has been awful with the new ball. You can hold the ball cross seam just to negate the movement a little bit. But Gaston is really all over the shop. And he's a young bowler, you can see it in his face, he's a young guy. So you need to encourage him, but it's not good bowling at all.
Gaston, that one was right up there, and Teddy Bishop went for the drive. Yes, he played it, and they will hustle through for 2 more runs to add to the total. O'Geese is the man who I must admit that O'Geese is the left-handed player. And Teddy Bishop is the right-handed one. They have a left and right combination in the start of this innings for the West Indies Academy. But tell me something, Tony. You find that I saw this car went across and had a word with Gaston. What he may have been telling him about his deliveries. Maybe the same thing which you have observed.
Yeah, listen, you've got to keep things tight. But to keep things tight, you have to be specific in what you tell the player. So, for example, you need to tell them, keep it simple. Keep it simple and through the gates. A lot of times in practice, these guys would have their little thing they say that to put things in the mind of the bowler, what he needs to do. Through the gates, for example. Just keep things simple. Bowler at the stumps. It's a bad delivery. Again, good keeping, wonderful keeping. Brilliant athleticism shown by the wicketkeeper, but bad delivery again. So clearly, he's not getting things right. But you don't want too much of information. It will just confuffle his mind more and more.
Exactly, especially when he's going through this period of adjustment within his mind. But an excellent taken by the wicketkeeper indeed. He went goalkeeper style, Tony, to really rope this one in, and he saved four extras. So Kian Gaston.
That's better. That's better by Gaston. He's completing his action there. The wrist is behind.
Bishop just dropped it in front of him, went for the sharp single. The fieldsman came in and had a shadow wicket. So it was an all-round good play, a good display of cricket indeed. This one is down the leg side again, and the wicketkeeper was forced to pull out another good save. But the umpire has signaled another wide indeed. So as we say, Gaston is all over the shop. I mean, he bowled one, he'll bowl one good and bowl one the other, and then missed out on the other until he gets everything right.
So it's a wide, 2 runs coming off the second delivery, a good delivery, a wide, 1 run, and then another wide. Yeah, the other thing about not bowling too many wides or bowling consistently well is the stability of the fast bowler at the point of delivery. So you look at things like the back foot landing, you look at alignment, but you have to get physically strong too. So what we call strength and conditioning is a part of everybody's pre-season, process. You have to go through that process of strengthening your body physically in different ways. Cardiovascular fitness, physical strengthening, muscular strength training, and that will help the faster bowlers once you get stronger. You saw that being a problem with the academy team, where you had the fast bowlers bowling all over the shop, and it could be not just technique, but it has to be physical strengthening of the lower limbs, all right, and their core, their glutes, all over. They need to be strong. So although you mightn't be big like Michael Olin was, he had wonderful stability. Same thing like Sir Curtly Ambrose. It's a good shot.
Good shot indeed. This one was right up there in the slot, and as Gaston brought it up, you have O'Geese coming forward and lifting, getting right under it and lifting it. They have been striking at a good rate at just 8 runs and over. The score is now 32, without loss in the 4th over. We are going into the 5th over, so they have been doing quite well indeed. And I believe Ambris should be having a look at what's happening here, because he doesn't want things to get too out of hand. Though it's a good total, it's a challenging total, but you don't want the batsman to get too comfortable. And when you do want to pull it in, the horse are really both the stables.
I don't think they're adjusting their lines to the different batsmen. You have 2 batsmen there, one right-handed and one left-handed. But the other thing is that different heights. So you have to also adjust the length. And you see that again. So he's not going to get a bounce. He's not going to trouble the batsman with turn. He's wrong arm type of left-arm spinner. That's good batting there. All these little things. Teddy Bishop pulling away. Wasn't ready. Do not want to be rushed. That's a good shot again. Good feeling from the fielder at backward point. You look at Teddy Bishop. He's played a couple of one-day games for the West Indies team in Australia. Went with that squad. Obviously has immense talent. Just has to continue to work hard at his game. Still, best coaches are themselves.
Exactly.
Are the best coaches for themselves.
This one is down the leg side by Hooper, and O'Geese just tickle it around there, and they come for a comfortable 2. So as you said, they need to get their line. The bowlers need to be on line. Most of the time they are offline, and this is causing the West Indies Academy to advance the total very quickly and very easily indeed. Hooper again, this time to O'Geese, and O'Geese just pushes it quietly past the bowler. They went for a comfortable single, which the score goes up to 36 without loss. We are into the 5th over.
The other thing about Hooper, if he recognizes that Teddy Bishop is a wonderful player through the offside, he likes to drive, he can be coming over the wicket rather than through and around. It just makes the batsman much more comfortable. There you go again. So you can see the ball with both eyes rather than have a blind spot. So I would suggest to him, if I was captain of this team, that he goes over the wicket and let him play through the onside, change his approach to batting. And it's not doing that to Teddy Bishop, just working the ball around off the back foot and off the front foot too. So it's much more at ease with Hooper coming through and around the wicket.
Yeah, and these are subtle changes and subtle moves from that that players will have to they do at times. You pick up what a bowler is trying to do, and when you as a batsman, you can work out for yourself exactly where you feel comfortable and where you feel things could really work in your favor. And in this time, well, Teddy Bishop has worked out Hooper and worked him out well, because he knows that when he's coming between the umpire and the stumps, where that ball will be going. So, as I see Tony, we
bit of a walk around the ground just to get some info and insight from the players, the staff, the management, noting that this is the last game for the West Indies Academy as well. And Windward Island still, they were hopeful to see if they could get that spot, but I just got some news from the Queen's Park Oval where Leeward Islands are victorious over the combined campuses and colleges, and did so in a very quick manner. Raheem Cornwall top scoring with 80 odd, not out of 30 odd deliveries. So this goes to show you how the game of cricket can change so quickly.
Very much so, and Raheem Cornwall that followed up on his 5-wicket haul. He got 5 wickets during the CCC innings. So this. So we see John is the man who is doing the bowling at this time for the Windward Islands. But you had Raheem Cornwall scoring a brisk 88, you say?
Yeah.
And then this followed up his 5-wicket haul in the during the campuses innings.
Correct, and during which he also got a hat-trick.
A hat-trick, yeah. So
3 wickets in 1 over. Sorry.
Yeah, so he had a wonderful game indeed, a spectacular game, a dream game. 5-wicket haul, and then he is among the runs. Good delivery there from Ryan John, right up there, but Akeem Ogis, he's right there, he's up there to the task, coming right forward and playing it very, very easily and comfortably indeed. 65 without loss. If you join us, the West Indies Academy, they have been asked to chase 279. We had some high winds a short while ago and some dark clouds, but that seemed to be subsiding, going away a little as John continues his bowling attack here to Ogis. There's no run. Ogis, that one went to the man at.
Yeah, just to give you an idea still of the confirmed scores at the Queen's Park Oval, as you mentioned, combined campuses and colleges, they made 151 and 36 overs. Get back to that after this delivery. Swatted away on the leg side. Lovely looking shot there from Ogis, and picks up another boundary. So he's going along quite nicely here, the youngster.
Excellent shot indeed. Good shot. On his hips, he just got into it and put it wrong for the ball hit the boundary, and that takes the score to 69 without loss. And we see the weather is the wind is picked up again, and the groundsmen, they are on the alert, they are on the ready. I see they are picking up the covers to see, well, if any time there's a hint of rain, they'll be coming onto the field of play.
Last delivery over from John. Smartly played, looking for the quick single, but doesn't get it, and finishes the 11th over, 69 without loss. 210 required in 235, and you can see the raindrops getting heavier, and the ground staff are being signaled to come on. Yes, the umpires are already removing the stumps, and the covers are coming on here as still, so we're going to have a brief interruption hopefully for the rain interval. There are menacing clouds around. We're not too sure if they might blow away
exactly
or whether they will become a downpour, but just as I was mentioning before the rain came, to give you an idea of the scores in the other game, which was potentially going to determine the 4th position in the table. Windward Islands were hoping for a chance that Leeward Islands would have lost out, but Leeward Islands victorious over the CCC. CCC 151 in their 36 overs. A top score 48 from Jonathan Drakes and 38 from Shakir Paris. And Leeward Islands Hurricanes 154 for 6 in 19.4 overs. So essentially finishing it before 20 overs. The Leeward Islands. The bowling standout for Leeward Islands. Get this, as the Raheem Cornwall 6 overs, 1 maiden, 6 wickets for 20 runs. And in the batting department, who else again except the big man? Raheem Cornwall, 84 not out, from 39 deliveries, 8 fours and 7 sixes with a strike rate of 215. I'm sure that would have been some marvelous fireworks on display at the Queen's Park
Fireworks
Oval.
indeed at the Queen's Park Oval. I mean, that will have a sight to behold, because this man, after having picked up 6 wickets, a hat-trick in that in those 6, did he?
I'm not too sure if there was a hat-trick, to be honest. I don't think anything was mentioned to that effect, but we'll confirm. And in the bowling department for CCC, Akeem Jordan picked up 5 wickets as well, so that's a good positive for them, even though they're out of the tournament. Again, a young side and building, need to take from the positives and continue to grow. And as I was speaking with the performance analyst as well as manager for the West Indies Academy, Mr. Keshava Ramphal, who is from Trinidad and Tobago, he has been working with the academy and the youth teams as well as the A teams for the last few years, and he noted that he has seen a lot of improvement from the youngsters. They are willing to learn. He said their discipline is excellent, their commitment to training, their following of instructions, and as well as their initiatives, as in they openly seek their interest. They come and ask for certain statistics to see where they could improve in terms of their batting, their bowling. Bowlers looking to fix their line and their lengths for consistency. Batsmen looking to improve on their dot ball percentage and complete their stroke play. So all round, I think, at least for the West Indies Academy, as you can even see from the start, 69 without loss, a good opening pair of Bishop and Auguste. It just goes to show you that this tournament has done well. Even though they aren't winning right now or in the semi-finals, they have taken a lot of positives from it and grown and developed their game.
Yes, and that augurs well for the players of the West Indies Academy, because one has to be a student of the game. You must be there must be a hunger to learn and to develop. And if that is what you have just outlined there, KB, what you got from the head man, the coach himself, it means that this team is on the right pathway. And when you look at the opening pair between Auguste and Bishop, they have exhibited that they are students, that they are learning, they want to be top class players in the future. So it is a good report indeed to have when youngsters set about doing what they want to do. And when you look at the scores now, it's 69 without loss in the 11th over. So as the rain is coming a bit heavier now, I think we will take a break out here. And when we come back, we hope that there'll be more action for you. As the groundsmen, they fight to get the covers on and to keep the whole area covered. So when we come back, we'll resume our coverage.